Hi everyone, welcome to C# Corner SQL Server Virtual Conference. I'm your host Stephen Simon, and I'm really excited to have you today. It's a two-day conference starting on January 29 at 7:20 a.m. Eastern, and it ends on January 30th, 5 p.m. Eastern. We have around more than 4,000 registrations for this conference, and this conference is very unique in itself. Before I go and talk about the sessions and all the technical people that we have talking about some great sessions now, let's go ahead and talk about the agenda that we have. So if you go ahead and visit the conference website that I have added in the comments, you can go ahead and check out that the conference starts at day 1, January 29. It starts at 7:20 a.m. and you can find all the conference details over here. You can click on the day 2, and in the same way, you'll find every session detail with the exact time. One thing to note that this conference is divided into 4 parts. Day 1 first half, day 1 second half, day 2 first half, and day 2 second half. All the links for the broadcast are in the description. Now, this what you're watching right now is the day 1 first half, and in the description you will find the link for day 1 second half too. In the same way, you can follow along for the all conference. Now, when I say this conference is very different than the other conference, what I mean is this conference is meant for a cause. We have been raising funds for kids affected by COVID-19. And until now, we have raised close to 2,200 US dollars, which is around 1,64,000 here in India. Today, our team members went to Voice of SLUM, the NGO where we are donating. Our team members went over there and interacted with the kids. We gave the check that is around 1,64,000, and we spent some good time with kids and interacted with them a lot. And I think I also have a video that does. So if you want to go ahead and contribute to our kids' life, even just a $10 contribution will help a kid food for almost like a month. So all the details about the conference and all can be found in the description. And if you have any questions, feel free to go ahead and ask in the comments. I see many people joining. Hi, Paul. Good morning. The guys joining us from the different locations. So let us know in the comment section from where you are joining. And if you have any questions, please feel free to go ahead and ask us. And we'll make sure that all your questions get answered. So let's go ahead and get started with our very first session. That is my Magnus. Magnus is a Microsoft MVP, and he has 20+ years of database professionals with passion of sharing. So let's go ahead and invite our very first speaker of this conference, Magnus. Hi, Magnus. Welcome to the conference. All right. So there we go. So this is how it's going to work, right? You have this fancy thing going on over there. Oh, Magnus, did you lose your audio? Okay. So for some reasons, Magnus, I cannot hear you. Can you go ahead and maybe try to fix your audio, that part? All right, so by the time the Magnus goes and fix it, I see many more people joining us from Atlanta. People are joining us from Kenya. Techno Thirsty is asking, will this video be available after the conference? So if you have registered for this conference, we're gonna give you all the sessions on your email directly. So the registrations are still possible. If you go to the conference website, you can go ahead. and register for it. So that should do good. Hello, he's joining us from Jonathan. Thank you, joining us from Kenya. So Magnus, can you go ahead and try to test your system once again? Can you go ahead and speak something? All right, so I cannot hear you. Okay, so that is interesting. So, so maybe you want to go ahead and rejoin it. Maybe that works. Hello from Colombia. Thank you everyone who is joining us today. By the time our speaker fixes his audio issues, these things always happen. So I'll quickly go ahead and talk about this conference. Again, as I said, this conference is for 2 days. It's entirely free of cost conference. If you go ahead and register, we're gonna drop you the attendee certification too. And this conference is organized by C# Corner, which is one of the largest community for software and data developers. It was started back in 1999 by Mahesh Chand, and this is a fundraising conference. We are raising funds for kids affected by COVID-19, and we have our speaker back. Magnus, can you try again once?
Yeah, speaking. Can you hear me?
Perfect. That works fine. So Magnus, next, all these technical glitches are always there, right? That are always things to happen. Yeah. All right, Magnus, I won't take much of your time. So next 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you so much. So you can see my screen share, I guess.
Yes.
That's the first question. Good. So thank you for having me on. I think it's a wonderful cause that you have for this conference, and I'm really proud to be a part of the actually really amazing speaker lineup. So who am I? I am Magnus. I am situated in Sweden, which you saw in the intro. I am a SQL Server consultant. I've been working with SQL Server as first actually web developer, focusing on more and more on the database side. And then I ended up as a DBA, which is my kind of current occupation. I'm going to talk about PowerShell today, and especially about DBA Tools. So what is DBA Tools? Well, DBA Tools is a PowerShell module, which is all free. It was created by Chrissy Lemaire initially. But if you look at dbatools.io, which is the webpage of DBA Tools, you will see just how many contributors you have to this open source project. And it's really amazing how many people are contributing by writing code, by helping out with testing, and many, many things. And today I would say that DBA Tools has anything that you can do with SQL Server Management Studio, you can do with DBA Tools. And why would you want to do that? Well, it's a bit easier to automate scripting of administrative tasks than to automate your clicking in Management Studio. So that's kind of the main reason for using PowerShell and to use DBA Tools. In my day-to-day work, I don't really know how I did certain things that I now do with DBA Tools. So I'm going to show you just a little fraction of all the things you can do with DBA Tools. And I really encourage you all to go and explore yourself. So let's get started with the first demo. And to be honest, this is the last slide. I have a couple more, but I won't actually go back to the slide deck. So this will be an all demo presentation. So I'm switching over to Visual Studio Code. And before I started this presentation, I created a couple of Docker containers with SQL Server. If you want to look at the scripts that I use, they're all uploaded, or they will be all uploaded to my GitHub. So github.com/transmocopter. I will leave a comment in the chat as well when I end this, so that you can all download the scripts. They're super simple. The only thing that you need to do is create your own Azure storage container and create your own shared access signature key for it. Because using mine would be a bad idea. I will remove the container when the demo is over. So I've created two containers. They're called SQL1 and SQL2, and they run SQL Server 2019, the Linux version. So let's start with a a short introduction to DBA Tools. First of all, how do you install DBA Tools? Well, you open up your PowerShell prompt. I'm currently using, which you can see in the right-hand corner down here, PowerShell 5.1, which is the last version of Windows PowerShell that was created. And I would encourage you for most tasks to actually use PowerShell 7 or 7.1 even, which is PowerShell Core. You can run it on Linux, you can run it on Mac, you can run it on Windows. There is just one feature which isn't included in DBA Tools, or I would say in anything that connects to a database, and it's the ability to use aliases. For me, when I create my containers, they're kind of mapped to port numbers 1401 and 1402 in my local host, and I don't want to have to use like localhost colon 1401 to connect to my containers. So I create aliases for them, and they currently don't work with PowerShell Core. So that's why I'm using 5.1. I'm going to create a blog post a little later on with a workaround for it, and so that you can all use PowerShell Core instead. Anyway, the way to install is super simple. You do install module, the name of the module, which is DBA Tools. The repository is kind of optional because it's available from PowerShell Gallery, which is a default repository that you get with the installation of PowerShell. And then I scope it to all users. And if you want to scope anything to all users, you would have to use an administrative prompt. So either sudo in Linux, I guess, or in Windows, you just do run as administrator. And then if you use the force flag, you will get the latest version installed, even if you have other versions installed previously. Otherwise, you'll get a prompt and the question, do you want to install it, though you have it, etc., etc. Once you have installed DBA Tools, the first command inside DBA Tools that I'm going to show you is update DBA Tools. And it's kind of funny because then you have from the module, you can update the module itself. And the cool thing you can do is if you hit the switch -development, you'll get the development branch from the DBA Tools GitHub page or GitHub repository, so that you can all contribute and help out with testing new features or just explore new features that are under development. So that's kind of the beta version of DBA Tools, is hit the -development switch. Next thing, to be able to connect to my containers, I need credentials. So basically username and password. So I'm going to start with just running these commands to get some credentials. Because I run my SQL servers in containers on Linux, I won't be able to use Windows authentication. So the first thing I'm going to do is something that I do with every SQL Server instance that I become responsible for. I create my own database on it, my DBA database. And that's where I want to put all my administrative scripts, like the index maintenance solutions from Ola Hallengren and Brent Ozar's first responder kit and Adam Mechanics SB who is active, and a number of other things. So I'm going to create a new database with the command new DBA database. I'm connecting to SQL instance SQL1. I'm sending in my credentials that I created a few seconds ago. And the name of the new database is, well, what I stored in the variable DB name DBA. And I want SA to be the owner of the database. If I don't include owner here, the credential I used to log into SQL Server is going to be the owner of the database. So let's go with this. And if everything works, fingers crossed. Yeah, it's working, it's connecting. It's a bit slower than usual because of all the streaming of video, etc., which uses up some resources in my machine. So we'll just have to give it a few seconds. Hopefully not too long. I might have to, yeah, it's not. So the output of this command, this is something that you will see from every command that you run in DBA Tools. you get an object back, and the object contains everything there is to know about the newly created database. And this is kind of useful because instead of just outputting to the terminal, you can save it in a variable and you can use it further on in your scripts. So that's how most commands in DBATools works. They will output an object if everything is successful. So then I mentioned Ola Hallengren's maintenance solution for indexes. I mentioned the first responder kit from Brent Ozar, and I mentioned Adam Mechanics, DB who is active, or SP who is active. These are packages that most DBAs in the world use. And the DBAs creating the DBATools module is no exception to that. So they, of course, included the commands install DBA maintenance solution, install DBA first responder kit, and install DBA who is active. So I'm just going to run these. What they will do is they will go out to a repository on the internet. It will find the latest version of the maintenance solution, of the first responder kit, and of the SP who is active, and install them on the instance and the database that I enter as parameters. If you don't have an internet connection from the server that you are installing on, then all you need to have is an internet connection on the machine running the scripts. So if you run them from your own workstation, connecting to your SQL Server instance, then your workstation will be the computer going out on the internet to download these packages. And if you need to automate it and you don't really have internet connection at all, you can download and store those packages in a local repository and enter the path to that into the commands. So it's possible, but usually you have some machine in your network that has internet connection that you can use to do the installation. So now I've got these perfect scripts, good scripts that I use for index maintenance. I think most DBAs in the world use Ola Hallengren's maintenance solutions. That's probably the most used open source SQL Server scripts. Next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a login for me. And that login is going to be, DBA login. And I have my really, not so strong password as a secure string. And the command that I use is new DBA login. So I can run that. And it's going to, obviously create a login for me. And I get this object back. And after a while, when you write commands, if you have many parameters, it's going to be a huge line of code. And I don't really enjoy looking at one-liners in a script because it makes it very unreadable if I have to scroll sideways. So a technique to work around that is to use something which is called splatting. And that's basically you put all the parameters to a command into a hash table like this. And then you just use that hash table as the only parameter to the function that you're running. So we're going to create another login, my second login, and just run it. This is interesting. Let's see what I did wrong. Let's start with just defining this hash table. It's fun with scripts that stop working. So this works. And new DBA login, logging splat. And now it works. So probably I just missed one character or so when I selected code. So these two, using a splat or just entering the parameters on the line of code, they're equivalent, but I find splatting to make your code much more readable. Let's move on to something more interesting.
Magnus, is it possible you can go ahead and increase the font size?
Absolutely. Is that better?
Much better.
Perfect. So a common task if you're a DBA is to back up your databases. And when I created this presentation initially, it was after having done some migration work. So we migrated basically a whole infrastructure from on-premise data center to Azure. And for the databases, we couldn't really have any downtime for them. So a minute maximum. So we did a migration of databases using log shipping. And if you ever work with log shipping, you would know that the built-in log shipping functionality requires a shared folder. So basically a UNC path to store the transaction logs, copy them over to the secondary, and then restore them there. We were not allowed to use a shared path that we could access from both the machine in the data center and the Azure machine. So we had to build our own log shipping and store the backups in an Azure storage container. So I'm going to show you, we'll see how far we get in this presentation, because it's really a 60-minute presentation, but I'm trying to condense it as much as possible so we get to the actual log shipping solution. But it of course starts with being able to back up your databases to an Azure storage container. So I'm first going to just create the credentials from this script too. And then I define some more parameters. The URL to my blob storage container, which I've set up prior to this. And then to be able to use a storage container to do backup to URL in SQL Server, you need to define a credential object in SQL Server. And that credential object has a shared access signature as its kind of password. So to generate one of those, you go into either the Azure portal or you use the PowerShell commandlets to handle your Azure infrastructure. But it's really simple to do in the Azure portal. So you go into your storage container and you create a shared access signature for it. And then I use that as kind of a password in my code here. You should never hard code passwords like this, but this is a demo. But in a real scenario, of course, you would store these kind of secrets in some kind of key store. So that's the secret, and then we convert it to a secure string. And then we can go ahead and create the credential objects in SQL Server using DBA Tools commands new DBA credential. And I'm going to do that on both my instances SQL 1 and SQL 2, because I'm going to use SQL 2 as my secondary in kind of a log shipping solution. So SQL 1 is where I have all my databases, and I'm going to do log shipping to SQL 2 by the end of this. So let's run all this code, and what it will give me is two new credential objects, one in SQL 1 and one in SQL 2. And when I have this, I can do backup to URL from SQL Server without entering the password, because it's securely stored and encrypted inside the SQL Server master database now. We could do this to both instances at once. Instead of having 2 lines of code, we can do it with just 1 line of code and just enter SQL 1, SQL 2 as the instances to the command. So this SQL instance parameter is really a string array rather than a string. So let's run this. I'm forcing the creation by using the force flag, so that will drop and recreate those credential objects. And this is one of the situations where you have basically too much to fit on one screen, so I have to scroll sideways. So again, use a splat, just a hash table to enter the parameters, and then use this splat as the parameter to the function. And here you can see that you can enter a splat for kind of a set of default parameters. And then if you need a specialized parameter for one certain task, then you can enter that too on the command line. This. So this is a combination of named parameters and a splat. So it will give us the same result. Cool. So now that we have our credentials created and we have our DBA database created with some new objects installed in the DBA database, namely the maintenance solution, etc., we can go ahead and run backup DBA database. So if I run backup DBA database, I enter my instance and my credentials, name of the database, and then the Azure base URL. And by entering information on the Azure base URL, this command knows that it's going to convert to a backup to URL command for SQL Server. And my type of backup is a full backup. So let's run these. And let's hope they don't take forever. I don't think they will. And while it's running, I'm going to switch over to showing how it looks inside the container. So let's go to here and reload the page. So the backup command is still running, but we see that we have a new file in here. And perhaps I should do some zooming. That's 300%. That's maybe too much. 200 will probably be good. So you see we get in the root folder of my container, I have a backup file which is named DBA underscore and then the date and hour and minute, etc. and .bak. So that's the default naming convention. Database name underscore timestamp for the backup. So let's switch back to VS Code. The backup command is done. You probably don't want to store all your backups in the root folder. So what you can do is you define a variable with kind of your the pattern for your where you want to store it. So we have to begin with the URL to my container. And then I have server name / instance name, backup type, and DB name. And then to the command backup DBA database, you enter the switch replace in name, which will replace these ones with the actual database name, this one with the actual backup type, etc. So if I run these now, we will get the backup stored in a nice folder structure inside the storage container. So moving back to Edge, and if I just do a reload of this one, you will see that we have the instance name or the server name and then the instance name and then full backups for the database DBA. So very simple. And let's switch back to Visual Studio Code. One thing you probably want to think about is when you get this database backup created, the default is that the timestamp format is year, month, day, hour, and minute. But if you do transaction log backups on a really busy system, you might want to do the backups more than once per minute. So then you have to enter the switch timestamp format, where you basically add the seconds to the pattern of the timestamp. And that way you can do a transaction log backup every second and still get a unique name for it. And I don't think you will run backups more often than that. So just running that, well, I'm going to skip actually running it and move further. Next thing that I'm going to do is to restore a database. So inside my storage container, I have stored a backup of the AdventureWorks 2014 database. I'm just going to go ahead and restore it using the restore DBA database command. And then when I'm done with it, I'm going to set the recovery model to full. Because in the backup file, it's a backup of a database with simple recovery model. So this might take a little while. So while it's running, I'm going to head over to Management Studio, just to show you that we have our instance. We've got our databases created and it's loading. So we have the DBA database. And as you can see, we have the AdventureWorks 2014 database, which is restoring. So no fancy business. So this is a Linux SQL Server container, which I can access just as I'm used to with Management Studio. So we have some progress on the restore database command. It's a bit slow because of my network connection, but I'm just going to leave it to finish and talk you through the next steps of the code. What I'm going to do is create 2 jobs. So that's the next thing. New DBA agent job that will create SQL Server agent jobs for you. And I'm going to create one that I name full backup and one for log backups. And then I'm going to create some job steps for them. So the first job step is going to run this command, which is using Ola Hallengren's maintenance solution, but it's using the backup database command. So I'm going to back up to URL, and I'm going to do full backups. And then I have a job step, which is very similar, but does a log backup. So when I have the jobs created, I create job steps with new DBA agent job step, and then I create schedules for them. And I have the same splat here for both the full backup schedule and the log backup schedule. But for the full backup schedule, I have the frequency subdate type hours. So basically once per hour, I'm going to run a full backup. And for the log backup, I'm going to do it once per minute. And then finally, I'm going to start the full backup jobs, just so we get new full backups in our storage container. So let's select all of this and just run it. How are we on time? We have basically 15 minutes to go, right? And I hope I am still online. Simon?
Yeah, I think you still have 20 minutes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So while this is running, we're going to head over to the real fun stuff, which is the migration scenario. That actually DBATools was initially created for migrating database instances or upgrading by migration. So this is going to create our jobs, and we're going to move on over here to look at some migration scenarios. And hopefully we will end up actually implementing a full log shipping solution for a database. So one of the most powerful commands in DBATools is start DBA migration. And as soon as the job creations are done down here, I'm going to show you what this command will do. And I'm going to show that by using the what if switch. And the what if switch is implemented for every command that would potentially change anything. So start DBA migration definitely would change something. It would migrate all the objects from one server to another. But anything else, any set command, implements the what if switch by using commandlet bindings on the functions in PowerShell. And that's kind of powerful and useful, because if you don't really know what the command does, you can try it, see if it has the what if switch. That should be safe to run, and it will just output what would the script do, not actually perform those actions. So let's see what the start DBA migration actually does. And it's going to fill the screens with information about steps that are included in this really powerful command, start DBA migration. And when you do your own migrations, if you need to do an upgrade or just move instances between servers, maybe you could use start DBA migration. But if you don't actually use that command, it's super useful to run it with a what if switch, and you will get a list of things that you really should consider when you're in a migration scenario. So you see it's starting to output. These are steps that the command would do if I would have omitted the what if switch. So just take the output of this, look it through, and see for every line inside here, you should take a decision. Do I need to care about this or not? Because some of them you don't need to care about. For example, containment. If you don't have contained databases in your instances, well, you don't need to bother, but you need to at least take a decision. Do I need to care about this or not? So I'm actually going to stop that command because it's really slow today. And yeah, perfect. The devil is in the demos, as they say. So let's kill my Powershell session and start a new one 4 times. So I'm going to go up here and reinitialize my credentials as soon as my Powershell terminal fires up. I'm kind of giving Visual Studio Code a bad reputation by it being a bit slow, but it's always, when you do streaming of your own video, you get kind of half the resources of your computer and the rest goes to the streaming. So that's the reason why it's slowish. By the way, if you haven't started using Visual Studio Code for PowerShell, do that, because as soon as you write a script that you will use for any production scenario, you really should maintain that code. I mean, you become a developer as soon as you write code, and this is code. Even though it's for administrative purposes, it's still code, so you should keep it under version control, etc. And Visual Studio Code will help you enormously with that, with the built-in Git functionality, for example. So I got my terminal back, and I'm going to skip the full migration because it will take too long. And instead, I'm going to do a couple of migration steps. I'm going to copy the logins from one instance to another, and then I'm going to copy the SQL Server agent jobs. And when I copy the SQL Server agent jobs with copy DBA agent job, this is really useful switches that you have. You have disable on destination or disable on source. And that's super useful for a migration, because when you migrate jobs to a secondary, you probably do it in advance before you actually do a failover. So then you would want to have them disabled on the secondary until you do the failover, and then you can enable them. So that's what this will do. And the copy DBA login, it's kind of self-explanatory what it will do. So let's run this. And you will see with the copy DBA login, it's one of many commands in DBA tools which are idempotent. What does that mean? Well, that means you can run them over and over again, and they won't break just because you already did copy the logins. So we'll see in the output that some of the logins will be copied, and some of the logins were already copied before, so they will be skipped. If I can just get a nice output here. It's really fun to watch my terminal not responding, right? Okay. So I'm going to leave this and talk you through the rest of the code for the actual log shipping scenario. We'll see that this finishes eventually. So for my kind of home-cooked log shipping scenario, what I've done is I've created a database where I store some metadata about the log shipping. And that basically contains one table, log shipping watermarks, where I have the name of the database that is included in my log shipping. It has a path to the last full backup that I restored, and that's not actually used by the log shipping, but it's just for me to be able to know which was the last full backup that I restored. And then I'm storing the last log sequence number. So that's kind of the last transaction from the transaction log backup that I last restored. And that's to know which transaction log backups have I already applied and which haven't I applied. And then I'm initializing by inserting one row into the log shipping watermarks, which will be the row for the DBA database, which is the one I'm going to start my log shipping for. And then I use invoke DBA query to run my SQL commands against an instance. And it's going to finish soon. The next step I do is I get the using the get DBA DB backup history with a switch last full. I get the last full backup, the path to the last full backup that I performed for my database DBA on my instance SQL 1. And we can output that to the screen, to the terminal. And then I'm going to do a restore DBA database on my SQL instance, SQL 2, with the no recovery switch. Using the no recovery switch, I'm not taking the database online. I am just restoring it, but not doing the actual recovery phase. And therefore, I can apply more transaction log backups afterwards. So let's run these two. And this is the manual steps included in any log shipping scenario. You need to do a restore of a full backup from your primary to your secondary instance. So the restore is currently running. You see here that we have the path to the last full backup that was created. And when the restore is done, I'm going to update my log shipping watermarks table with the path to my last full backup. So basically the backup path. And I'm going to insert that using invoke DBA query. And then I start the log shipping sequence, which will go to the watermarks table, look up the last restored LSN, the last LSN column, and then use that to do it for each. It gets the backup history from my primary instance with the type log. So basically all the transaction log backups which have a log sequence number which is higher than the last restored log sequence number on my secondary. And then I do some sorting, sort object by the property start. And that's so that I get the transaction log backups in the right sequence. Otherwise, my restores will fail. And then I convert the last log sequence number to a int64, which is the equivalent of a big int in SQL Server. I do a restore of that transaction log backups on my secondary with the no recovery switch again, because I want to be able to restore even more backups later on. And the continue switch, which tells the command that this is I'm continuing a restore. So basically, I'm expecting that the database is in no recovery mode, and I'm going to restore a transactional backup on top of that. And then finally, I do an update of my table log shipping watermarks to insert the log sequence number of the transactional backup that I just restored. So let's get this started and see what it does for us. It's going to go to instance. Not going to do anything because I need to insert this. Skip the step. Let's see if I can make it actually do anything. Now it's starting to work. So just repetition, I'm finding the last log sequence number of a transaction log backup. I'm restoring it. I'm getting the next transaction log backup from the history on my primary, restoring it to my secondary, and this is going to loop until it's finished with all the transaction log backups that it finds in the history. And if you remember, some minutes ago, I created a SQL Server agent job, which runs transaction log backups every minute. So there's going to be a few of those. And then in the end, we're just going to look at the contents of log shipping watermarks. So that actually concludes. We're going to let this finish and then look at my instance SQL 2 in Management Studio. We could actually start doing that already now. So let's head over to Management Studio. We're going to connect to my instance SQL 2 while the PowerShell script is finishing up. So SQL 2. There we go. Object Explorer. And it's a bit slow as well to load. So let's have some patience. Oh, this is all very fun to watch. There we go. So as you can see, soonish, we will have a database, DBA, which is in restoring mode. The log shipping metadata that I created, I chose to create that on my instance SQL 2. It doesn't really make a big difference if I create it on this or if I create it somewhere else. As long as I have a database which I can reach from the scripts, the log shipping scripts. It can be anywhere. It could be an Azure SQL database. It can be a database on your own infrastructure. But the interesting part is the DBA database, which it will be in restoring mode until we manually takes it online. But so that's the last steps of my presentation. I'm going to switch back to PowerShell code, Visual Studio Code, and see that the PowerShell scripts are finishing up. Let's leave them at that. And the conclusion is, in 45 minutes, I have created 2 SQL Server instances. I have created a DBA database. I have restored the AdventureWorks database. I have set up my full backups and my transaction log backups, and I have implemented a log shipping between one instance and the other, which is currently running. So doing this in Management Studio, I don't honestly think that it would have been done in just 45 minutes and talking you through it while it's running. And now, as you can see, the first loop of the log shipping is done. So that's all I had, actually. So thank you so much for having me on. I haven't had time for questions during the talk. Are there any questions now?
So that was a great session, Magnus. Definitely a technical session that doesn't have a demo daemon. It definitely doesn't make sense, right? So we need to have some demo daemons going on there. So we have a few questions coming up. I will take one of them. Okay, let me see. Okay, if I can figure this thing with you. Okay, no. I just need to do this thing. All right. Maybe let me do this. No. Okay, maybe this one. No, I think I'll go with this. Okay.
Okay.
I'll keep it focused. So there's one question coming from your choice. He says there are other options like SSMS, GUI wizards, plain T-SQL, SQL Server module to migrate a SQL instance from one to another. How DBA tool is better than others?
I think with DBA tools, the thing that you can do is that you can automate things that would be manual without DBA tools. And it's not only DBA, it's anything with PowerShell. It's a really, really powerful scripting language that is object-oriented and modularized. There is so much things that you can just install from the open source community. So it's really... you can do anything with PowerShell that you can do in an operating system. So that's kind of the niceness about it. There is some syntax to learn first before you get up to speed with it. But as soon as you get into that syntax, you're going to be so much faster in performing administrative tasks, both as a DBA but also as a Windows admin.
All right, so that definitely makes sense. We have guys asking if you go ahead and redo it. So I'll just suggest that you can always go back and rewatch it. I know it's live, but you can always click on that particular timestamp and see where Magnus did talk about some of the scripts that you're asking, Ali. So that is definitely doable, and I'll suggest you do that. And thank you, Magnus. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate for all you do for the community. And thank you so much for your time. And we would love to have you back whenever you're available. And hopefully no demo demons.
Exactly. I'm going to have to buy a faster computer. I guess that's it.
All right, Magnus. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. All right. So now we move to our next session. That is on MS SQL new functions, syntaxes, tips and tricks. It is something that we really needed, right, in a day-to-day life, and some tips and tricks that saves our time. And to talk about that, we have a speaker next who is Damir. Damir is a Microsoft MVP. He leads Croatian SQL Server user group and has introduced and organizes SQL Saturday events in Croatia. He's the founder and organizer of Data Weekender. He also works as a senior database developer at span.eu. So let's go and invite our next speaker, Damir. Hi, Damir.
Hi.
Welcome to the SQL Server Conference.
Thank you very much for having me as a speaker here.
How
are you?
Damir. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It looks like you have been doing community service for a very long time, and you have introduced these community events in your local region. Looks like you've started it. So you're definitely a community leader in your region. So thank you so much for your time today. I know we won't take much of your time. It's already plus 2 minutes. So I'll just go ahead and pull your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to do the best what I can. So about the session, First, I will introduce myself, and I will then turn off the camera for the bandwidth. And actually, as you know, this SQL Server is old already for almost 1.5 years, so almost 2 years. And there is no so much of a new function actually, but we will try to do some overview about new stuff that was introduced in the last, let's say, from 2016 version of SQL Server.
Okay.
So about me, I was for many years a developer and mostly programming in ASP.NET using C#, of course, and I was using also many other technologies, also Oracle, a small part of my life, and Clarion and WinForms and etc. So actually, I started to use SQL Server from version 2000, and later on, I oriented myself in development and optimization. Last 9 years, I'm working for a company called Span, and actually, it's a big company in Croatia, and we are also doing business on every continent of the world. So it's pretty nice to work for them. And yes, as you already told, I'm leading the Croatian SQL Server user group, and also I started to organize SQL Saturday events in Croatia, but now PAS actually closed. So today, actually, or yesterday, there was a news about that actually Redgate will take over the PAS. So maybe SQL Saturday will continue to go, but it doesn't matter really because we already have plans for our next event here in Croatia. So it's not important how it is called actually. And yes, I'm also the co-founder of Data Weekender Conference. Magnus before me is also one of them. And I am also writing my blog about SQL Server. So please just contact me if you like. Okay, I will stop the camera so you can see more clearly that. So actually, most improvements since SQL Server 2016 up to date is being introduced on functions related to string manipulation. And we will see some of them, of course. And then in addition, there are some news related to other segments. And of course, this session is related to some new functions and features, like it was described in my session, and not about performance tuning, for example, enhancements, because you have a lot of them also, like intelligent query processor and etc. And this session will not cover these parts. So strings was new from SQL Server 2016. You have, for example, string split, and it is a table value function for splitting strings values by a separator. It has multiple usages. For example, you can use it for parsing input parameter of a store procedure or something else. The function returns a single column table with fragments, and the name of the column is value. Return type, of course, depends on any of the input arguments, and you can use it in the not only in the select part of the statement, but only in the where or from, for example, by using join or cross apply. So I know that actually there are many theories and approaches and solutions for splitting strings in SQL Server before the string split. The one I personally prefer was using XML. And of course, if you want to find some alternatives, you can find a great article by Aaron Bertrand on SQLperformance.com. And later on the demo, we will see how string split is performing. So SQL Server 2016 also introduced us string escape. And actually, the function is for escaping special characters by any rule, while the rule is JSON, of course. So only JSON rule is supported. And the reason for that is also because SQL Server 2016 introduced JSON support, and then it was logical to introduce also string escape for that. The third one is format message, and actually it's an old syntax. It was actually enhanced in SQL Server 2016 to accept the optional message string argument. And this means that you can use your own string to build a message. And for example, if you are a developer, then maybe you like to use something in C#, for example, string format, and then actually you can use format message, and you will have almost the same thing like using string format in C#. Okay, let's jump on the first demo here. Hope you see the screen. Let's check it out. I think yes. It is readable, Simon. So string split. You have here ingredients of cocktail, and we are using string split to get this value, and the result is pretty much fast forward of that. But one thing that actually I don't like in string split is that you cannot use two characters in the separator. So the separator must be only one character here. So you will get an exception or error if you are using more than one character. And this was actually possible to implement in some custom solutions before. Of course, if you have, for example, one character, and this is a valid separation, what will happen in this example here? Let's check it out. You will get, of course, an empty string. So maybe this is also something that you must have in mind when using string split.
Can you just increase your font size a little bit? We're getting comments, yeah, if that is possible. Yeah, that should be helpful. Yeah, thank you so much.
No problems. So as I told, here you have the separator character, and of course, have in mind that you will get an empty string for the result in that case. And two characters are not supported for a separator, and that's something that could be a little bit better, by my opinion. Okay, so for example, imagine, for example, that stock items ID are input parameter of store procedure, and I want, for example, to get all invoice lines for this stock items ID. So actually I can use in the where statement, selecting the values by using split string. So if I run this code, then I will get all the invoice IDs with this stock items ID. And this is one example of the usage of this function. Of course, there are many more of them. And let's actually see the comparison of the performance between the old approach and the new approach. So actually, I prefer the one with XML, and this is this function for splitting strings with XML approach. So let's see if it is working. Of course it is. I get 3 items here, and I split the result by using space. I will turn on the statistics and whatever needed. And first, I will run this code by using the old function with XML. And secondly, I will use the split string approach. Okay, so let's check, run this code. The result is not so important, it's the same dataset, of course. But now let me zoom it in a little bit. Okay, if I go to, for example, execution plan, you will see that the first statement with the old function and XML used 64% of the whole batch, and the second one used only 36%. And if you look at the messages here, you will see that the first query used also a temporary table to be able to perform, and there was 28 scan and 227 logical reads in TempDB to be able to execute the query. And it was a really small data set, and totally we used 60 milliseconds of CPU time. And in the second example, actually you cannot see anymore the temp table, only the primary table with only 16 logical reads. And of course the CPU time is seems like it's our execution time 31. Okay, maybe we should run it again, but it's slightly much better, of course. Yes, it's something like 0 milliseconds for the second query. So the string split, it's a really good implementation of this problem. Okay, string escape, as you know, you can use it by an escaping rule, and the only rule supported for now is JSON. So we have actually here a string value with slashes, backslashes, enter, characters, and whatever. And I can show you that actually here the result is an escaped string value. And actually you can use this escaped characters string for JSON. So since this function is introduced in the same version of SQL Server when JSON was introduced. The third function was the format message, actually. And take a note here that I have 2 string values and I want to concatenate and make a whole sentence of this. So for example, somebody, we should not name it, likes some drink. And this is the old approach by using the plus between. Of course, it's working, but it's not so simple, because if, for example, I want to add a number in this formula, then it is required actually to cast this value. And this is the way to get this result, of course. And we have another complication, because if we are using the null values in all of that, we will get normally null. So you know all that null plus something is always null. So it's impossible to add null to something. So here is the bulletproof solution. Of course, see this big text here. So I'm checking for is null for every variable. And of course, I'm casting every number to a string. And this is actually the bulletproof solution of this. And it's more simple, of course, with format message. Is pretty much like the C# code. So I have here a string, resulting string, and I am using these placeholders. Also, I specified in the placeholder if this variable will be formatted as a string or number or something else. So actually, you have more options, and it's then from the second parameter you are using variables, and this is the way to get this result. What will happen with the null value? So it's the same example as before. Remember, then I was typing is null and parsing, casting the number. So actually here, I will zoom it. As maybe you can see, the null is represented by null. So, okay, it's not ideal, but it's better. And also, I think that you notice here that the casting is also required, because let's see what will happen if we are not using the cast. Let's run it, and we get a severity error. So actually casting is still required, but it's easier to accomplish the task. And of course, one nice example, if you want to fastly generate drop statements for all tables in your database, you could use format message for that. Okay, so that's about string functions in SQL Server 2017. 16, sorry. Let's jump at SQL Server 2017 now. So the first function, it's stream, and it's not so complicated, of course. Remember that before stream, you were able only to accomplish this by using ltrim and then in combination with rtrim. And trim removes space characters from both sides, meaning at the beginning and at the end of the given string value. So you could, for example, use some custom CLR function, for example, by using C# trim, but maybe this isn't the best approach for this task. Secondly, string aggregate function. It's of course for string aggregation, and it's pretty much the opposite from string split described earlier. I know that also for this purpose, there are many theories, approaches, and solutions, and I prefer by using XML and stuff in combination with stuff. And there are also many handy articles on internet in the compartment of methods to aggregate strings. And maybe there is a very good one on Redgate Simple Talks by Enid Sem. Sorry if the pronunciation isn't right. Translate. If you think that Translate has something in common with language translations, then you are completely wrong, of course, but it would be cool, I admit. The function translate replaces multiple characters inside the given string value and cannot be used to replace a character with an empty string, for example, like using replace. This was, of course, possible by using the older replace approach. Later on the demo, we will see what's the point of this. Concat vs. So actually, concat is an old function introduced in SQL Server 2012, and it returns a string that is the result of concatenation of 2 or more string values. The new function, concat_vs, it's introduced in SQL Server 2017, and it concatenates a variable number of arguments with the delimiter specified in the first argument, so the separator. If you need the same separator between 2 or more strings, then the concat_vs is the command you are looking for. Demo. Okay. So trim, it's simple. You have spaces on the beginning, spaces on the end. This is the original value, union with L_trim, R_trim. This was the old approach, and of course, now you can use only this trim. And the result is pretty much the same. I will not zoom it now because you can see actually that the space characters are removed from the beginning and from the end of the string. SQL Server string aggregate. So I have 3 words here, and I want to aggregate by using the space between these letters. So actually the result of this is an aggregated value. Okay. Let's try to make a real example of this. And here we have an error. Why we get the exception here? Because this customer name is of data type nvarchar and only 100. So nvarchar 100 length. And so actually SQL Server was thinking that's impossible, that the result string will be greater than 8,000 characters. So if you want actually to use string aggregate, for that case, you must first cast the column to nvarchar max. Because if you are using the string aggregate with aggregating nvarchar max, then the result string will be also be nvarchar max, and then you don't have errors. Let's see what's happening when you are aggregating null values. So I have here 3 words, and one of them is null, the actual DB null. And the result is nice because actually null values are ignored. So also take in mind if you are using this that maybe sometimes this will make you problems, but maybe not. Okay. Here we have, for example, for every customer ID, we get all the invoices for this customer. If we run this code, it's pretty much simple. So customer number 1 has all these invoice IDs. Customer number 2 has all these invoice IDs. But why I'm showing this to you, the point is that here you actually don't have the guarantee. It's not clear how the resulting invoice list will be sorted. And if you actually want to be sure that this is sorted by something, then you must use this here syntax. So you string aggregate the invoice ID. This is the delimiter, and also within group order by invoice ID. And now if we run this code, we will get pretty much the same result, but now we for sure know that actually this list here is sorted from the smallest to the largest value. Let's compare performance. Let's turn some statistics. So the first approach is by using XML and stuff. Maybe you know this approach. and the second one is by using string aggregate. Okay, let's run both of these. Let's see the execution plan. For the old approach, by using XML and stuff, used almost 100% of the whole batch. It's not actually 100%, but near of that. And if you look at the messages, you will see actually that the first time we have some 663 logical reads, and execution time was 234 milliseconds. And secondly, we had only 63 milliseconds. So the string aggregate is working pretty much well, I think. Okay, translate actually replace characters, and maybe it's hard to understand the syntax here, but as you can see, you have the input string value, and here you have the character you want to replace, and here is the character with what you want to replace this. So it's always by one character, but for example, this is not supported. You cannot replace some character with an empty string. So actually the two variables must be of the same length. And okay, before using translate, you can use replace. So this is the syntax by using replace. And of course, this is okay. So actually we can replace something with an empty character by using replace, and this is not supported in the translate. But for example, the SQL translate allows us to replace more than one character at the same time. So we are replacing this bracket with this bracket, and this character here or bracket with this character here. And before the existence of translate, this was the way to achieve this. So you should use twice the replace function. Okay, and the result is the same. Okay, let's see the concat. So concat is an old function. As you know, this was the usage of this. You have the variable, one or more arguments, and actually the result of this action is the concatenated string of this all. And it's pretty nice because the concat allows us that actually we don't need to make the casting, of course. How it's concat performing with null values. This is always interesting to know. So null values are totally ignored, like nothing, like string empty, for example. So this is also something to take in consideration. Okay, let's try to concatenate the same drop statements for every table in the databases, like we did it before, of course. And this is the way to do this. But okay, concat is an old function, and now SQL Server 2017 give us concat vs, and the point of this is that actually you get firstly an error if you try to run this with 2 parameters, so at least 3 parameters are required. And let's see. So what I did, I actually was using concat vs. This is the delimiter. So concat vs use the same delimiter between every column after that. So all these columns will have the same delimiter. And notice here in this example that actually I get something similar to a CSV file. Okay, but we have only one small problem. Notice that actually here I want to put a null value in between. And if I run this, and if I want, for example, to use this like a CSV data file, I have a problem because it's not valid, because you have 3 columns and only 2 values here. And actually this CSV, it's not so great. And if you want to use null values, then it's required to check for the is null. Okay, and now this would be a valid CSV data file. So the point is that you must always know your data and how a function returns a certain data type, for example, like null. Okay, SQL Server 2019. You remember the well-known error message: string or binary data will be truncated. And it can be very frustrating because it was almost impossible to detect what insert statement or record is the cause of this issue. Imagine, for example, that we are trying to insert some values from another table or maybe a complex select statement. But now Microsoft team did a great job in SQL Server 2019, because this error message is changed, enhanced. So now we know some basic parameter of the error. For example, the table, the database, also the table in which the insert error occurred, the destination column name, of course, and finally the value or the part of the value that was the cause of this error, for example, XXX. Just keep in mind that the error number changed from 8,152 to 2,628, and if your code refers to the old error number, you can turn this feature off by the command you are seeing on the bottom of the screen. So alter database scope configuration, set verbose truncation warning to off. Okay, UTF-8, it's also something introduced in SQL Server 2019. So before SQL Server 2019, storing some ASCII characters was limited. SQL Server supports Unicode characters in the form of nchar, nvarchar, and ntext data types that are using UTF-16 encoding. The penalty of this approach was that you need to pay the price for more storage and memory, because you had to store all the data in Unicode UTF-16. Even when you need only ASCII characters. UTF-8 is the dominant character encoding system for the World Wide Web, of course, and it's used in over 90% of all web pages. UTF-8 database support allows us application internationalization without converting all strings to Unicode. UTF-8 support in SQL Server 2019 is implemented as new collations, and in total you have 1,553 new collations that you can choose for your database. You can identify them because they finish with the UTF-8 suffix. This is this is one example of that. So we are actually trying to store in the database the Russian translation of the phrase SQL Server supports UTF-8 collation. And if Google Translate does not lie to us, it should sound like visible here. Notice also that the non-UTF database on the left side, the result, we actually lose the Cyrillic characters when not using nvarchar data type. And they are, of course, on the right side. When using UTF database, the result is now correct, and we see the Cyrillic characters in both data types, so varchar and nvarchar. Also, take the look at the data linked value column, and you can notice that there is a slight improvement in the consumption of the space needed for storing Cyrillic characters using the UTF-8 encoding. So actually less space means faster performance, because still the hard drive is the bad performing component of the system. Okay, string and binary data will be truncated. Here I have a small table, data. I have 2 columns, and I'm trying to insert something. And of course, I get this error, and I really don't know what happened here and what's the problem here. And it actually takes me a lot of time to investigate. But if we are using the SQL Server 2019 with the same example and trying to insert the same data, you will see actually that the error message is better, and you will get string or binary data will be truncated. And now you know the database, the table, the column, and also the part of the truncated value. So if I take a look here, I can find actually that this is the problem. And why is this problem? Because Daniel's length is more than 6 characters that actually I was planning to insert into the database. UTF-8. So these are the new collations. Like told before, you have 1,553 new collations, and all the names finish at UTF-8 here in the database. So let's create fastly an example for that. Okay. I created 2 databases, one with UTF-8, one without it. And notice here that this is actually the result of that. Just let me try to zoom it for you. Hope that you will see it. So the first 2 examples are the non-UTF-8 database. So if we are using the non-N varchar data type, we lose the characters here. And the second approach, it's better, but it takes much space because 78 length of the data is here. But when using the UTF-8 supported database, then also the non-N varchar data can be stored here, and also the length of this data is smaller. So this is faster. Okay. Compress and decompress. So it was introduced in SQL Server 2016. And maybe you know that SQL Server already supports role and page compression of the data. And for example, compress function isn't the replacement for them. The function returns the data type of var binary max that represents the compressed content of the input. The function actually uses gzip algorithm for data compression, and compressed data cannot be indexed. So it's actually recommended to use it on rarely used data, maybe some log data or XML, because the data is not simple readable or usable if first not decompressed. On short text values, the compressed data could be used more space than the original data. This is a normal behavior, like the file compression of really small files. What is decompress? Decompress should be the exact opposite of the compress mechanism, or maybe not. I want it to be, but it's not. So the function return the data type of var binary max data type. And if you like to get the original value, you must first cast the data in the original data type. So, or maybe you know how to read the var binary max by yourself. Okay, let's jump on the demo. So I have here a really big string over ipsum, and this is the result of compression. So it's var binary max, and it was used gzip algorithm. So let's see how it was efficient. So the compression rate is 62%, and it's pretty much good, this. But what if we try to compress a really small string? Notice that actually the compression rate of the really small string is minus 20%. So actually the compressed string used more data than the original value. Okay, now I will show you the comparison between row and page compression. I created some test data. So let's see how they look. So actually this is non-compressed data in the first table, and this is compressed data. So first we will use this original table, non-compressed, and let's see the original size, then the row compression, page compression, and finally the compressed data. So let's run it. So the original size is 43 megabytes. So row compression and page compression are almost the same, so 22 megabytes. And the compress function generated 32 megabytes of data. So it's not so bad, but you maybe must not use this always, because you have some performance problems. Also, I have some XML data here, and I compressed them also. And if we compare the space usage, you will see actually that the original XML was using 156 megabytes and the compressed 80 megabytes. So it's pretty much good, but always you have these problems with performance. Okay, the compress. So I'm here compressing and then decompressing the same value. And the result of that is, of course, something that's not readable, because actually I wanted to get a nice value. And to be able to get the original value, you must, of course, cast the data to the original data type. So first I'm compressing and then the compressing, and of course I'm casting this as nvarchar max. And you have, for example, problems if you make some, if you don't know your data. So I actually started from nvarchar max, and I wanted to finish to varchar max. And this is the first funny example. So I get here something that's actually not like original value. And this is even better here, the second one. So I started from varchar max and I'm finishing with nvarchar max. Let's run it. And now it's a totally mess here. Okay, let's see some performance of the compress. So I have in the first table, I have non-compressed data in XML, and in the second table, I have compressed, but it's also XML. And let's run this fast. So if first we look at the execution plan, it actually say that 66% was used by the non-compressed data, and only 34% on the compressed data. And we all know that this is not the true, because the compressing it's time consuming. So the first query take 110 milliseconds, and the second one 1 second, so 10 times more. But why this? Why is this value? So the first query had almost 20,000 logical reads, and the second query has just a second. The second has less logical reads. So SQL Server actually was thinking that the second one with the decompress is better. And now I think that my time is over, and I want to finish. And thank you very much for this. Do we have a short question, maybe?
That was great, Damir. We do have some of the questions coming up from the audience. I'll just quickly pull them up on the screen. There's one coming from your choice. He says, what is the difference between T-SQL and standard SQL?
Meaning by Microsoft SQL, or by T-SQL is the standard, if I'm right. Yes, it's a language. And actually, SQL is implementation of that in SQL is Microsoft SQL Server. If I'm right.
Yeah. Okay, I'm no expert in this. I'll leave that up to you. Okay, so I'll just take one more question that's coming from Gigi. He says, how do you stop a maybe post script in ads if you are executing selected code?
Sorry, what? Can you repeat, please?
I've added it on the screen too.
Because I'm losing you a little bit.
Okay, I think so. That's my bad. Okay, can you read on the screen?
Where?
On the stream.
On the comments?
Yeah, I've added the comment on the screen.
Oh. How do you stop a push script in ads if you are executing selected code? Sorry, I don't understand very well your question, but can you maybe write me on my email so we can discuss this, because we are now out of time. Yeah. And here you have my email address. So please, if you can type it, so we can actually discuss this by email.
Okay, that definitely
because
makes sense, Samir.
because
Yeah.
I wouldn't like to take the time of the next speaker. Sorry.
All right. So thank you so much, Damien. That was an amazing session. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for all that you do for the community. We'll move to the next session, and thank you so much. And we will love to see you back in some other live shows. And Damien, thank you so much, and have a nice weekend.
Yes. You also. Thank you. Bye.
All right, so that was it from the dummy. We now go ahead and move to an exciting session that is on how to implement GDPR with SQL Server and Azure SQL Database. And joining for this, we have Jasmine, who is a CISO and a university professor active in the areas of databases, information security, privacy, and forensics analysis. That sounds so interesting. He is author of many books like T-SQL Queries for Beginners, Using Microsoft SQL Server 2012, Securing SQL Server 2012, and that is not the last. We have one more, that is SQL Server on Linux. So he is definitely a community rock star, and he is also a Microsoft MVP, speaker on many regional IT conferences, and I'm so excited and looking forward for this session. So let's go and invite our next speaker, Jasmine. Hi, Jasmine.
Hello.
Welcome to the conference.
Hello, Simon. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your time, Jasmine. And when I was reading your bio, I mean, I just couldn't stop reading the number of books that you have written. I'm like, there literally 4 to 5 were there, and that's just so amazing. So we're definitely excited for your session and really looking forward to it.
Thank you, Simon, very much. Please take it easy with this, nice word about me. No pressure at all. Now I have to do my best to justify your word. Thank you. Okay, please let me share my screen just to see is everything is going as have to be. Okay, so let's Windows screen, entire screen, just to minimize the damage. Okay.
All right, I see.
Okay, do you see my screen?
I do see your screen, and I'm going to pull it now.
Okay.
All right, so next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay, thank you. Also, I wish to say, I don't know, maybe a lot of people here are from different parts of the world, Asia, America, Europe, Africa, Australia, sorry if I didn't mention it all, but I just want to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So in my country, BH, Bosnia and Herzegovina, is 3 o'clock and 15 minutes, so it's kind of afternoon. Oh, this is second time. First time was in 2020. Now it's first time in 21 that I have to say something on C# Corner conferences, and there's a quite a huge experience for me, and I like to be the part of noble causes, especially here in COVID-19 outbreak, where I hope this conference get as much as possible funding to help young children that have actually a lot of issues and problems during this pandemic situation. So I hope this my small amount of knowledge will do it what I have to do. Okay, let's do the speak and the talk. As Simon says, my topic is privacy related. So my whole career, last 20 years, and before GDPR and before all this cybersecurity, hip and fuzz and buzzword, I had the focus on privacy and encryption, because encryption and privacy is going side by side. So when GDPR goes out before couple years ago, 2018, this kind of privacy issue are trying to be solved in formal way. So before this we have occasional formal solution by country, by region, by continent, but this is first time on the multi-country level, on the formal level, that the bunch of countries, I don't know, the whole European Union have to apply to be GDPR compliant. So this talk is actually try to find the intersection of the SQL Server features and GDPR, how we can do the best, how we can find the features in SQL Server, and of course Azure SQL database, because it's the same. So any feature in SQL that I will show you today is equal to Azure. So there is no difference at all. Okay, before we start, this is the agenda. It's not big, but I will try to make it interesting, especially with a lot of example, and especially in this year, because 2020 is kind of changing the mindset. A lot of things is going on. There is a paradigm movement in whole world, and this privacy and security, of course, is kind of mind blowing. And I will show you in a minute what I have to say in this issue part. Then I will go on to what's the GDPR, just definition, and then we'll jump into SQL Server to show you first by articles in GDPR. Then I will explain in that article what kind of what are the SQL Server features that we can use to actually implement concrete requirements from the business side of store. Then I will say on the last slide a couple of challenges that I see from my perspective and experience. What is the focus now, and what will be focused in years ahead. Okay, this is my favorite slide, but I will show you. Maybe it will be better if I show you like this. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, you see, if you type in your Google, DuckDuckGo, or whatsoever search engine, world biggest data breach and hacks, you will get this page, and you will see that you have the breaches and hacks from 2000, I believe, 2004, 6, and then up to 2020. So why I'm showing this page? Because this page will show you in these circles, in these bubbles, in these bridges, some of the bubbles are the huge names, big names. You see, Facebook, Microsoft, Oxidata, Twitter, Marriott International Hotel, Yahoo. So we have Yahoo breach two time, and its score is 1 billion, or I believe it's 2 billion. Sorry, 1 or 2 billion is the same, because when you have 1 billion, so the second billion is not so hard to achieve. It's a black humor, but it is. So these numbers are the users, customers, me, you, and all. So our data, maybe last name, first name, email, your medical records, your passwords, your financial cards, your bills in Marriott hotels are now in the deep web. So anyone who have the access, and who, for example, who have to pay, because now in deep web with couple of bucks or Bitcoin cents, you can buy millions gigabytes of user data that you actually use for later attacks, phishing, and so on. So GDPR is trying to minimize this. When Facebook and whatsoever kind of company had a breach, and they have to report that. So we are now going in on the slippery street, because this reporting part is tricky. Not every company will report that. You will see that some company, maybe 6 months later, 1 year later, when the hackers actually make the public information, we hack you, these are your data, then they go outside with PR and say we are sorry and so on, this story, how they are big and how they make mistakes. But before that, there is no sound at all about that breach. So many of these breaches here, many of them actually was undercover. So when the data is actually shown out, then the company stays. So GDPR jumps in to minimize these breaches, and consequences for our users. So there will be penalty. There will be lawsuit. They need to pay. They need to pay to each customer if they are applying GDPR as should be. They need to pay some amount of money in lawsuit if the customers may complain about that. So this is this part. Second part, I want to show you this. I don't know, maybe you hear about this page. Have I been pwned? Actually, this is the page of famous security research Troy Hunt, and actually Troy Hunt just makes simple web page and collect all this data from deep web and give us all of us opportunity to actually type our email address here and to see is our email address shown anywhere in deep web. And you will be surprised. Please, maybe now, maybe later, type your email, your private mail, your public email, or your company email. Just type it, and you will see if screen goes red. And please scroll down then, and you will see in which data breach your email is compromised, and the couple of steps that they're proposing to actually minimize this. And I can guarantee that you will find at least one breach of your email accounts. I have found one breach of my private email from Nitro PDF service. And Nitro PDF service, they have the breach before 6 months ago, and they didn't make public announcement about that. So I have to find out here that I have my email. So sometimes is a mail, sometimes is a password, sometimes is a boat, sometimes is your bank account. So you have to be careful on this part. So please get me back to presentation. So this is about these breaches. Okay, so let's jump to the GDPR. So GDPR is regulation on the European level union that each country have to, as a member of EU, should apply from May 2018, should apply this regulation in all business processes, especially in digital part, especially in this data part, in this whole digital transformation story from 2020 that's moving very fast. So according to definition, what is the privacy? It's a basic human right. So each one of us have the right to be private. I don't want to be seen in each situation. I want to hide my data. Why anyone beside my doctor should have the access to my medical carton, medical records, my customer data, beside the company. And if I decide to actually move from bank A to bank B, I want to say to my all data after they make checking about my transaction as well, and they make an and they verify that all my money is okay, is not a money laundering and so on. They have to delete all my data, analyze all this information just to keep aggregation part for their analysis, but they have to delete all this data from their data storages. Then I will decide bank B, bank C, and maybe D to actually move my data. So GDPR is going to very technical detail what you have to do. But this, if you now look this from two angles, from the customer side, this is a great. So from customer side of story, GDPR is simply a silver bullet. So it is holy grail because it's good. They will try, and they have the legal mechanism to actually defend my private data. But from the other side, vendor, company, I don't know, whatsoever, cloud provider, there's a lot of stuff they have to be done from the regulation part to the standardization, then to the final step of the implementation. So let's see what I have to say. If we now open GDPR and read these documents, and if you maybe look maybe 1 day, 2 days, 7 days, 1 month, I don't know. And if you try to make the parallel line between the regulation and the SQL Server, you will recognize these 5 GDPR articles: 25, 30, 32, 33, and 35. And each one of them is actually dealing with data. One is about security processing, and a couple of them is about notification and how to protect data asset on the some kind of the impact incident or the breach. So I will now move to each one of the article. Then on the demo part, I will try to actually show you some of the feature in a live, in action, how they can defend data and actually apply this GDPR story. Okay, the first part, data protection by design and default. What it means? It means I want to have out of the box in Azure, on premise, on hybrid, whatsoever. I want to have the feature that actually will protect my data with zero configuration, quote, zero configuration. Maybe I have to do a couple of clicks, maybe I have to run a couple of scripts, but it should be really simple. So by design, if you actually now look at the SQL Server security stack, you will see this. Authentication part is that. So each step of authentication will actually protect your data. Especially, maybe you know this part, maybe you don't, doesn't matter. With each of your statement ad hoc or to the application layers, SQL Server will always check permissions. So security, deny first, then allow. So always trust but verify. So SQL Server will always check your permission. Why? Because maybe on the fly, the permission has changed, situation has changed. Maybe administrator have to deny permission, and if the SQL Server now needs to wait to session to actually to be finished, maybe I can do a lot of damage inside that environment. But SQL Server fortunately does not work like that. So when admin say deny, second statement will try to be executed from my side will be stopped by SQL Server. So it's by design. Also, if you move this authentication part to Azure Active Directory, it's the same. So authentication and authorization are the feature out of the box. Now, if we are going deep down, we have the permissions on the SQL Server level, DB level, object level, column level, role. Role-based security is kind of new feature. You have 10 records, and you won't say from ID 5 until ID 10 it will be forbidden. But you can't say that by the role. There is no permission that you can say that first 5 records are okay, second 5 are not okay, and they are forbidden. So role-based security is actually a relatively new feature that protect your data by design and default with minimum interaction from the user side, especially from the application layer. Also firewall. Firewall, there is no firewall inside SQL Server on-prem, but you can configure firewall on your machine or maybe on your network. You will get same effect. But you have the firewall in Azure SQL database, where you can actually deny by IP or whole subnet set of IP address. You can allow or you can deny access to your data sources. And also dynamic data masking is also by design. It requires a really small amount of effort to actually mask your data. Maybe you need to show the data to your HR, to your customer support, technical support, whatsoever, but you need to mask some of the details because they are not for their eyes. Maybe they are only for that department eyes only, or maybe they are for customer only. So it's really cool feature. I'll actually show you later in this firewall story. I will show you on the demo. Okay, let's move next. GDPR Article 13, record processing activities. So if we translate this into technical terminology, it's actually all about audit. So we need to track about anything, who, what, when, and who, what, when are the holy grails or the forensics. Because when we have who, Yasmin, what, update data, when, this morning, then I have 3 dimensions that actually I can use to prove something or not. So if this change was illegal, then this who, what, when will actually put me in jail. But if this change was okay, then no problem at all. So we need to actually audit the changes on first, then from the network level to the DB level. But we are focus here is on the DB. So SQL Server had a really cool feature in Azure. It's called auditing. Auditing, it's kind of really nice supplement for triggers because before audit, people actually and admins and developers was using trigger to actually intercept the change on the data level and actually catch that change, translate, transform, and actually store on audit tables. And then after that, put the transaction on the fly. But that situation was kind of performance issue because trigger has to stop something, after effect. Or before effect, so it's kind of bottleneck. But audit is on the DB level. It's actually hard coded, so it's a part of the base code of SQL Server and also code of Azure. So you can audit, anything. There is no action on SQL Server and the database level to actually can't audit on this part. And this Article 30 is actually full covered with this tool feature on-prem, on cloud, or on hybrid way. Article 32, security of processing. So the information, data that we actually collect from our users, people are maybe making orders online, students passing exam online. I want to schedule medical treatment online with my doctor. I want to do something online. And all this processing should be secure. Because just before I continue, I want to make a little stop here and speak about security and privacy. Security and privacy basically are opposite, but we need security to ensure the privacy. In some concept, if we raise security high above, the privacy goes down. If we want to make the privacy as a huge demand, we make the people to be private, anonymous, and so on. The actual security goes down. So it's an equilibrium. So it's a balance. But we need security to actually enforce and provide privacy for users. So SQL Server have a lot of features, bunch of them. Instead of the other feature, actually can ensure security of processing. So role security actually mentioned in feature before. So this feature can be treated as a processing part. So when I process data, these data are hidden from a lot of user, full stack of user, and can be shown only to the role inside my company that have the need, actually have the right to do analysis and so on. Sorry. Okay, I'll continue. TLS. Actually, TLS will ensure SSL encryption between client and server. TD is kind of a whole feature, but one of the best feature actually protect your data at rest. So if anyone actually made a copy of your backup file or deattach your database and actually move it outside of your secure environment and try to restore and attach maybe in hostile environment, it will be failed. Why? Because they are missing all these key change. And SQL Server have the really nice best key hierarchy from server side. We have a service key, we have a service master key, we have a DB key, and then we have the key for if we want for each column, each table inside inside our database. So TDE is kind of feature that actually protect the whole database that actually can be pulled out. So I will now just go back on these bubbles. If someone actually hacked you and actually steal your backup file and try to restore, and you have the TDE feature actually configured as should be, simply they just can make a screenshot. We have DB and that's it. So they can just drop it in Interscan and simple as it. So you can protect your million customers with simple click. So TDE can be activated, with two statements, or can be activated in Azure. By default, it's activated just with slider on off. Always encrypted is also a feature that trying to minimize administrator from equation, because admin on the end have the full access right, and admin can always have access to all the key chain, so from the service level until the column level. But always on actually pulls encryption and decryption out from the SQL Server and put it on the client. So the client machine with .NET Stack, with Azure.NET Library, actually deals key rotation, key management, actually encryption and decryption. And also, this second three feature, point in time restore, long-term retention, and active gear replication, are actually not security feature, but they will ensure disaster recovery if something goes wrong. I have a situation before, maybe 5-6 years ago. I was showing inside. I was making the training in one company, and actually speaking about Azure, how Azure is cool, how Azure is always on. And in that situation, Azure region, my Azure region was go down. So it's kind of situation, I speaking about that, and all Azure, that part of the world actually goes offline. So this three feature will actually ensure you that if your Azure region or your DB or your hard drives inside the cloud actually goes out, that maybe Asia region, Australia, Switzerland, Dublin, Seattle, New York, San Francisco actually goes up, and depend of your Azure payment. Maybe it's on the fly. Maybe you need to configure something, but you will have the copy of your data actually ready to jump in, and your business can move on. And anonymization and pseudonymization is actually not the feature of SQL Server, but there's a lot of third-party tools that you can use to actually mask your data, but not as a mask that actually you keep the original data. Actually, you need to change. So it's actually good if you need to send your data to analysis, to ETL, to warehouse, to data lakes, to some kind of analytics, to actually hide real information about your users, and it can be done really simple with a couple of SQL statements. Article 33, notification of personal data breach. And this is the most important part, that all GDPR is based that company is actually is applicable law that need to say we had a breach. Yes, it's shame. Yes, it's hard. We're losing our business, but it's ethically and morally right to do it. To actually, and I can guarantee that if you go out immediately and say we had a breach, our customer, and we are trying our best to protect you, please do step ABC to protect yourself, it will have a lot, maybe bigger effect to keep your business than if you actually keep quiet and keep your profile. So this is the only feature that actually so far does not exist inside SQL Server on-prem. So, but if you have your database inside, but it's not a feature of space kind feature. It's very simple. That in this case, Azure will deal with through this security center. If you type the email address of your maybe legal department, of your ministry of something, of security or whatsoever, that actually if something goes wrong, the Azure will send the email to that person, and they will be notified about this breach, and it will be transparent. So SQL Server database threat detection is only Azure feature is handling this part. And Article 35, data protection impact assessment. Maybe I don't know how many of you actually deal with security, but if you're dealing with security, you know that security is about the risk. So you have the asset, DB, you have the threat, malicious user, and vulnerability, I don't know, SQL injection, cross-site scripting, authentication failed, cookie forgery, 2FA failed, and so on. So intersection of these three sets is a risk. So we need to define the risk, and it's actually measurable. So there is a calculation that you actually say the risk is 25%, and based on that risk, I will go in front of my team, my company, say, okay, 25, but 25 can be a lot and can be small. So if 25% of the risk, say, we can lose our database with 10 million of customer, 25% on 10 million is huge. So we need to be careful with this percentage, and it's a case by case. So there is no magic stick, and there is no rule and guidebook that will show you, that will tell you, okay, from 1 to 10 it's okay, from 15 to 55 maybe not okay, and from 60 until 10 is a huge risk. So there is no such a book. So you need to measure case by case. So how you can actually do that? It's really hard to do it without intel information, without insight. So SQL Audit is a best feature that you can use for this. So you can collect a lot of audit data, how many updates, how many of these updates was okay, was not okay, delete statement, select statement, because select is really important. So actually select is kind of recognition before SWAT team goes in. So I will be careful, and I will with select, maybe through the application, maybe with code, maybe I don't know, I will try to see this and that. Then after I see all this information, then I will try attack. So for example, if you notice in your audit log that maybe Dr. A, Dr. Feel Good, looked at the patient medical record 25 times per day on each patient, something is wrong. So why you need to see 5 days a week, 25 times? So it's a risk. Something is not right there. So it's a risk. So based on that, the GDPR obligates you to actually have risk analysis and protect your data on that level. Also, you can use temporal tables. From my perspective, temporal tables are the best feature in SQL Server in last 5 years. Actually, temporal tables was a scientific paper. It's actually called Immortal Database. An Immortal Database is in theory database that actually record all states from the day one until day of die, unquote. So any change, anything, you have the history. So temporal tables, I will show you on the demo part, actually is deal with that. So you can track the history of the records. So my salary was, I don't know, A, and after 1 year is a salary B. So I want to see time frame, when is A, when is B. So based on that, I can calculate the risk of the data changes. And also, sometimes can be really hard in huge databases, in production with hundreds of tables, with millions of records, maybe billions, to actually discover the data that have potential risk and classification. So SQL Server, actually, Management Studio and Azure version of interface have the feature that's so simple and doing so much that actually shows you still for now on only English databases, when you have English columns, last name, first name, credit card number, password, hash cells, and so on. So SQL Server will recognize English phrases and words, and it will show you based on data and the column names potential risk inside your environment. So you can maybe do some analysis and protect your data with encryption and so on. So this is discovery and classification. Actually, I just speak about. So now I will jump into demo. So I will show you how much I have time. You have time. I will show you this 5 feature. So just to switch to my SQL Server Management Studio. Okay. So let's first go with data masking. Okay. Now I will create a simple database with simple table, and just notice this function masked with. We are using built-in function default for email and phone to actually mask data on the insert. Okay. Execute. Now I will just try to insert some simple data inside. Okay. Let's see. So everything's okay. So first name, last name, phone, email, everything's cool, everything's fine. But they are masked. But now because I'm admin, I see everything. But if I want to make another user and just grant the select without login to keep it simple, and if I now execute as this user, you will see that this user on his or her or their interface, they see only see the columns that they are not masked. So this will keep the privacy of the users on that level. So these data are not actually masked on the physical level. So just don't mix that. So if you need to defend this on the deeper level, then you will need to actually analyze this or encrypt, just to be sure if you are speaking about passwords and so on. Okay, temporal DB. I will now also create temporal audit DB, simple, and then I will create some table. And please notice these 2 columns, sys start time and sys end time, and you see the data. They're actually daytime type, generated always for 1 period of system time with system version. So what happened? What is going on in this case? In this case, when we create this table, just let me show you temporal audit tables. You will see this TB, and you see this small table history. So SQL Server in this case create the real table and the history table with same structure. So the history will keep the records of the obsolete records. So when I change the record, when I change data, that record will be archived in history, and the original table will keep the new version of the data, while I have the information from sys start time until sys end time, how much was that data actually valid, and what's the amount of time is actually used in production. Okay, let's test it. Let's insert some sample data just for sake of the demo. 14 records, and let's make select for employee. So you see the key column is salary. So you see salary is 8,000, 10,000 something euro, dollars, whatsoever. But now if I do it like this, something like this, I will now update employee, set salary for specific employee, and I will now increase his or her salary for 2,000, let's say, euro. Now I have this. So the employee 7369 was was have salary 8,000, and that salary was active maybe this couple of seconds. Maybe couple of seconds later, I have made the update, so we have the new version. So the old version should be archived, and new version actually jumped in. So so this history is really important from this audit perspective, and also is important for GDPR, because sometimes we need to go deep in to see the history of the transaction. So if you don't keep this history, so you don't have anything. And simply as that, you see now this is the old summary. But if I jump in history table, see, you will see this data. So salary is old salary, and this salary and this data, this record was up to date from this point until this point. So the history actually keep the history of all changes inside my DB. And let's go to encryption. I will, again, for the sake of demo, create a simple database, CryptoDB. And I will now create the master key for this specific DB. So I have the service key. Now service key will actually guard this database master key. So until now, I have two layers, service key and DB master key. So these are two keys. Let's move on. Just to be sure, this is my symmetric key, and I'm using AES-256. So the best known encryption in A standard so far. Well, again, for the sake of demo, let's create simple table, customer ID, first and last name, with credit card, expire 1 year, so this sensitive GDPR data. And I will now just grabs. Before that, I will create certificate. So I will now create two keys: certificate to actually guard the encryption key. So I want to be sure that this encryption key should be changed on the some different time frame. So expiry date is 2021, 1st of September. So after that, encryption will not be possible with this key. So it will force me to actually refresh encryption, to check encryption, to see is everything was right during this time frame. So 4 keys now: service master key, DB master key, certificate. Then on the final end, I have the symmetric key. So attacker need to have all these 4 of them. If she or he without TD, so the TD is out of equation now. If he or she actually pulls out this database, they will have all the clear text column, but they will only have maybe 1 key, but all this key above, service key and DB key, they will have not. So they will need to have the physical access to SQL Server, to master DB, to actually make the copy of master DB and actually create the backup of all these keys. So if they have that kind of access, you don't have any security. So if they can go inside of your server room, or if they can go inside your hybrid cloud, then you have a really big problem. Okay, now I will open this key. And let's grab this sample data from AdventureWork DB, and actually to simulate ETL process of entering new user data. Okay, execute. And see 20,000 or maybe less. Something is going. Okay, so it's take up a really huge amount of time. It's the first time actually it takes 12 seconds. I will need to check what is going on because I use SSD here. Okay, now I will close the key. And then let's try to see this data. So the attacker will have this last name and he or she can only whistle now to actually try to brute force these hashes. Maybe if I copy this and if I open Notepad to actually show you is this. So it's impossible to actually penetrate without brute force, without key, and brute force can take a lot of thousands of years to actually if you use strong keys. Okay, and one point before I close this part, please always after you use key, close them. So close the key. Why? Because when you open the key is open inside the memory, so it can be used. So in the case of the blue screen of death, in the case of memory dumps, in the case that actually Windows swept the memory and page file, the key can go on the disk level. So from the forensic perspective, if I, as someone who actually can analyze with different set of tools, physically machine, I can get these open keys from that page files or that memory dumps. So it can be reused. So it can help to the investigator or attacker. So it's perception now to actually get your data. So always close the key so that key can be pulled out outside of working. So run memory. And audit. Sorry. Okay, audit. I already prepared that audit. So what is vlogs? See, actually I have a lot of server statements with a lot of metadata, so I can now analyze on a deep level who, what, when, what statement, what actually Yasmin was looking all day long before this session inside this eSlužba database. So this audit will help you to analyze the risk, actually to calculate risk and actually protect your data with GDPR. What can be actually, what you can check just to actually show you really quickly, security and database audit specification, new audit specification, full screen, just to pick up the audit on the server level file, and this is it. You see, these are the events. You see, delete, execute, insert, update, delete, select, DB roles changing on the schema level, fill, authentication, permission change, principal. So any kind of action can be actually catched here on the object class, object schema, object name, principal name. So you can track this on a really small scale to the person, to the record level. Okay. And just to actually show this whole story quickly. Sorry. On the Azure, you see all this feature. Actually, if you use Management Studio and SQL statement, and you actually connect to Azure, actually Azure will handle that. But you can specifically target some function as a masking. You see dynamic data masking, and already here Azure is recognize these couple of columns and offer me to use mask of this column on that level. TD audit is also here, is disabled for this now. Also classification discovery is here. You know, all these features I showed you now. I was show you in Magnus Studio and SQL Server on-prem, and the TD. You see, it's on by default. So if anyone download, even admin, your database from the cloud inside in the container in the virtual machine, name it, will actually will be defended because they not have the all key change from the service key until all the way down on the database master key. Okay, now I will go back inside my presentation. Yes, and challenges. Quickly, regulation part of equation and technical part. So far, you will not find anywhere beside maybe YouTube tutorials, blog posts, and so on. Anyone that actually map you feature with regulation. So this segment is not covered. So if you need to implement GDPR, you need to have a person to actually understand the formal part of the story, actually law. Then that person will explain you, okay, this article need to do this. Then you will have to recognize what is in Postgres, SQL Server, .NET Framework, Node.js, MongoDB, DB, name it, technologies, platform features will actually cover this part. So I hope this will change, because GDPR is kind of new. It's only 2.5 years on the stage, and still not all companies, even in EU are not GDPR compliant at all in full coverage. So it's a process. So it will be really exciting to see how this stuff is going on. And finally, each company, if you want to deal with GDPR and data protection in general, for USA market, for Australian, for Asia, name it, you need to have data protection officer, DPO. DPO is not CISO, because CISO is dealing with security, and privacy is always opposite from that part. So DPO is senior role that needs to understand this legal part of the story and the technical part. So it's kind of a best case scenario to have the person with 10 years plus experience in technical part of story, with solid background of the legal part of story. This is me. Sorry, because if I break a couple of minutes, you can follow me in all these services, Twitter, LinkedIn. Just use my handle at Yasmin Azemovic, and then you'll find. sorry, my throat is kind of dry because I speak a lot. I speak fast, so you can find a lot of tutorials, blog posts, security related, and especially on GitHub, you can find my 2 books and a lot of SQL Server examples, especially from this session, that you can actually implement inside your environment. So yes, I will now stop sharing, and I will now back here with Simon. Simon, are you here?
That was an amazing session. I was just sitting behind the scenes and listening and watching to everything that you have said. You went in very detail. You shared some really fantastic demos and some of these good practices that one should follow. So I'll quickly go ahead and take a few questions that guys have asked. So that the one question is coming from Bhaskar. He says, what is thin line difference between privacy by design and privacy by default? Any quick point to differentiate them?
Oh, privacy by design is kind of hard to achieve. So you need to go from the intake level. So when you try to create a system, design a system, so you need to have the privacy in mind. But by default, you have already features that you actually can use to support this privacy by design. So far, I did not see any privacy by design system so far. So always it's privacy by default after you jump in, and then you have the requirement, and then you have the SQL Server feature to do it. So you need to have DPO. DPO need to handle strategy, implementation, ISO, and so on, to actually the create procedures that you can then implement in all levels inside your process of your businesses.
All right, so I think that's very well answered. We'll take just one more question, maybe. I know we are running a little over time. There's one question that says, how do you remove users from backup that want anonymity based upon GDPR?
Oh, again, it should be privacy by default. You should before the backup, maybe it should be 2 stage. You have production, then before archive, create a copy of your DB. Then anonymize your data, your users, whatsoever. Then you create the backup for GDPR analysis for later. So kind of solution in my mind in this quick way.
All right. So it looks like people have really loved your session. Ali Anwar, he says, wonderful session. Then Mahesh says, that was great. Even Martin loved it, and Bhaskar loved it too. So I think definitely it was a great session, as I said, filled with demos and a lot of best practices coming in. So thank you so much, Jasmine. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much for contributing to the community, and would love to have you back in a couple of months.
Of course. Just make a session. I'll be there. Thank you.
All right, Jason. Bye. Have a good day. Bye. Take care.
Thank you.
All right. So having said that, Lavan, let's go ahead and invite my co-host of the day, Mahesh Chand. Hi, Mahesh. How are you? Oh, you're muted. Guess what? You're muted.
Good morning, Simon. How are you?
I'm doing good. We have had some amazing sessions before you joined. We had Magnus, Damir, Jasmine sharing some really good resources from the field of Azure SQL and GDPR. And it has been a really exciting conference. How has your morning been?
Good. I mean, good. It's running a little late, but yeah, listen, everything is good. It's sunny night here in Philadelphia. I mean, sunny morning. I'm, working all late. And now during this COVID times, this conference seems like going great. If everybody who's just joining us, welcome to the conference. I will be co-hosting with Simon today. I think I need to adjust my lights a little bit. As you can see, the sun is coming out really bright. And now, during this COVID times, we have about, a lot of people are struggling. They're working from home, and mostly it's affecting people who are low-income families and children. And our purpose with this conference, and even more coming conference this year in 2021 with the C# Corner, is we are going to have about 21 conferences. Hopefully we do 21 conferences. And each conference is going to fundraise for a charity, for a non-profit organization, mostly around children and essential workers like firefighters. And for this conference, SQL Server Conference, we have raised thousands of dollars, several thousands of dollars for a foundation. It's called Voice of SLUM. It's a New Delhi, India-based non-profit and focuses on slum children. We will write more and share more about this at the end of this conference. So thank you so much for everybody. We have thousands of people have contributed, donated for this cause. And also for our upcoming conferences, we have picked different charities. So if you have any charity in mind, any NGO in mind that are helping, children in different countries, please feel free to reach out to us. And now with not spend too much time, let's call our keynote speaker of the day, Asad Khan. He's a director of program management at Microsoft. So Asad Khan, keynote speaker.
Thank you all for joining me today. My name is Asad Khan, and I work in Microsoft Azure Data. And I'm responsible for running SQL Server and all the SQL services in Azure. I'm super excited to be here, though I missed the opportunity to have this talk in person. I'm happy to join you online and share the work my team has done and where we are heading. But before we get into that, I want to first acknowledge how difficult this year has been. In the best of cases, these have been trying months for all of us. And in the worst, they have been devastating to some. There is no way to frame the hardship that makes them easier to bear. There is only hope and strong communities like you to help us through. In this day and age, the ultimate tool is data. Over the past 12 months, we have seen organizations undergo digital transformation at breakneck speeds, racing forward to achieve 2 years of transformation in just months. While our global situation may have pushed digital transformation to the forefront, it is community that has made change at the scale and pace we have seen possible. We have come a long way together since we started SQL Server over 30 years ago. Today, 98 of the top 100 Fortune companies run SQL Server. While many organizations still run SQL Server at the heart of their business, they are also adopted new application scenarios and new type of databases, to which I am proud to say that many of the Azure data services are built on the innovation that we continue to do as part of our SQL strategy. At the heart of this strategy, we are extending SQL from edge to the cloud, putting Microsoft SQL Engine, your T-SQL skills, and your favorite tools at the heart of where innovation is happening. We equip you to reimagine the art of what's possible. For example, imagine being able to run your SQL apps with AI capabilities right at the edge of an ARM device for real-time updates, or using SQL to run analytics over your structured and unstructured data stored in HDFS. How much time could you save if you could scale horizontally in the cloud to accommodate your most elastic workloads, or bring the cloud security and scaling capabilities to your on-prem deployments? You can now do all of that and more using SQL Anywhere. For the rest of my talk, I would like to focus on the latest enhancements we have made to these 5 SQL-based offerings, and more importantly, show how these enhancements are helping companies in their journey of digital transformation. Azure SQL Edge is our new addition to the family of SQL-based products. It offers the full power of SQL Server at the edge, along with built-in capabilities for streaming, time series, and AI. Let's look at how Azure SQL Edge transformed a 3M manufacturing plant, enabling 3M to fix problems before they occurred. The 3M brand is a familiar household name. It's unusual to find a work desk that doesn't include some of its product, such as Scotch tape and Post-it notes. 3M produces more than 60,000 products in various categories, including the N95, which are instrumental in our fight against COVID. My team partnered with one of the US manufacturing plants and the 3M Corporate Research Lab to improve predictive anomalies. The plant's network connectivity was limited. Therefore, it was difficult to gather and transfer and use that data for predictive maintenance. The team decided to move all the data processing and AI at the edge using Azure SQL Edge. Imagine the full power of SQL Server with added AI and time series capabilities running on tiny edge devices. Azure SQL Edge also resolved the plant's problem of limited network capacity, since most data processing and AI was happening where the data was getting generated. Today, this predictive maintenance lets 3M fix problems before they occur. The quote from Mike, their technology manager, captures it nicely. Azure SQL Edge is a great bridge between traditional processes and the newest AI and compute features in the cloud. This is the type of solution that will drive us towards Industry 4.0. I'm sure you are very familiar with SQL Server and how we continue to advance this data platform. In SQL 2019, we enabled data virtualization, intelligent performance, memory-optimized TempDB, and much more. Big data clusters in SQL 2019 was the first of its kind that removed the chasm that exists between operational stores and analytics platform. It's amazing to see how customers are advancing and modernizing their data environments by taking advantage of these new capabilities. Like this example with Itaú Unibanco. Itaú Unibanco is the largest bank in Brazil and 10th largest bank in the world, operating in finance and insurance industries. Their concern was that their infrastructure would not keep up with their growth, and this would affect their SLAs to the business. I'm sure this is something we can all relate to. A good example is when they had to roll back an operation, it took a long time. On average, it took 4 to 5 hours to do a rollback. And sometimes that recovery could take as long as 40 hours. Itaú was an early adopter of SQL 2019 to take full advantage of the new intelligent query processing and accelerated database recovery. With the accelerated database recovery feature in SQL 2019, the rollback times dropped to a matter of seconds, and the intelligent query processing made over 90% of their queries run faster. The most interesting part was that it required almost zero code changes. Azure Arc is the cutting edge of technology innovation. It brings the best of SQL, Kubernetes, and Azure to run a fully managed cloud data services in customers' data center on top of their choice of hardware and operating system. Let's see how KPMG is using Arc to have consistent cloud capabilities in their data centers and in their multi-cloud environment. KPMG, a global network of member firms providing professional services with 220,000 employees, is always looking to stay on the cutting edge of technology. In Tokyo, a KPMG development team called Ignition is building out the next generation cloud native application platform to serve their clients. It's called Cloud Next. While wanting to harness all the latest cloud innovation, KPMG's clients often require running their application and storing their data on premises or multiple public clouds in order to comply with government regulations and company policy. Azure Arc extends Azure management capabilities and data platform services to any infrastructure, on premises or any public cloud, enabling the KPMG team to build applications once and run them anywhere and manage them centrally from Azure. The built-in automated management services like self-service provision, elastic scalability, backup, restore, automatic updates of their Azure SQL managed instance databases saves them time and ensures they are always using the latest, most secure database platform. Azure SQL is the largest PaaS service we have in Azure. Azure SQL is not just hosting SQL Server in the cloud. Rather, we have built it from the ground up. Especially in SQL Hyperscale, we took apart the core of SQL Server and we run them as separate services. As a result, Hyperscale gives customer the performance of SQL Server with unlimited horizontal scaling. Hi-Res Studio is a leading video game developer. More than 70 million people worldwide play their games on PCs, mobile, and console. Some of their popular games are Global Agenda, Smite, Playdin, Realm Royal, and Rogue Company. Rogue Company, also known as Roku, is their latest release, and they used Azure SQL Hyperscale for it. When gaming companies launch a game, they don't know how many players they will get. It can start at 5 players, and within days, it can get to 5 million. Hi-Res was looking for a database that gives them full T-SQL surface area with extremely low read-write latency, and most importantly, unlimited scale. They took a big bet on SQL Hyperscale, our flagship cloud-architected relational database. As a result, they were able to scale the same database from few gigabytes to hundreds of terabytes within minutes. Azure Synapse is the first and only analytics system to have run all TPCH queries at petabyte scale. This was made possible because Azure Synapse uses the same query processing engine that ships in all flavors of SQL. Many customers have selected Synapse as their modern cloud data warehouse platform, due in part to the completeness of data security. And Grab Taxi is just one such example. Grab are rapidly expanding into new regions, and in order to adhere with local data compliance restrictions, they required fine-grained data access control. The native row and column security in Synapse, combined with dynamic data masking, enabled Grab to maintain a scalable, centralized repository of data that was secured appropriately for users in different APAC countries. By implementing security at the data table layer itself, all reports and dashboards are completely portable across entire company and don't require refactoring for different secure views per team, which had been their previous approach. This resulted in greater agility and productivity for data developers to build new capabilities, instead of maintaining ongoing cost of refactoring reports for new markets. The reason for the SQL continued success is because we are not afraid of innovating, both inside and outside the relational engine. Although SQL is a matured product, but we never constrained ourselves by what already exists. We are willing to break the bounds of existing systems and start all over again. These 5 investment areas will give you a sense of where we are heading with SQL. In the next few years, we will totally blur the lines between cloud and on-prem. Arc has already delivered on part of that vision, but we want to go much further. As a customer, you should not worry where you will deploy your database. The product, business model, and data manageability capabilities should all remain the same. Today in Azure SQL, all production databases are protected using advanced threat protection, which can detect anomalies and raise alerts indicating unusual activity. But why restrict these advanced features to cloud only or Azure only? Why not protect every SQL database in the world using Azure Security Center? Or have Purview provide a single pane of glass across all deployments of SQL, cloud or on-prem? This will allow you to centrally govern and share data with full data lineage. Whether it's about Azure Edit services or the PaaS nature of SQL services in Azure, for customers who cannot move to public Azure, we will bring Azure to you. Today in Azure SQL, we run millions of customers' databases, processing over 10 trillion queries per day. But there is more work needed to fully empower the modern developer. We are improving Azure SQL experience with modern frameworks and languages such as Django, Node.js, Angular, Spring.Data. We will enhance the JSON and graph support in SQL Engine. We are also increasing our investment in intelligent data monitoring and insights using the power of AI. And we are doing much deeper integration with services like Azure Functions, Azure Web Apps, and the Power Platform. Hyperscale gives the unlimited scale through its page server design. And this helps us deliver the best latency without restricting to the machine size. Serverless makes the underlying infrastructure adapt to your workload. And elastic pools are a simple, cost-effective solution for managing and scaling multiple databases that have varying and unpredictable usage demands. Elastic Pool is the number one reason most ISVs and SaaS solution providers pick Azure SQL today. In Azure SQL, we intend to bring the best of hyperscale, serverless, and Elastic Pool into a single product offering. SQL has always been the leader on security. In order to maintain that leadership position, we are continuously investing and innovating in the space of confidential computing. For example, last week, we announced the general availability of hardware enclaves in Azure. A secure enclave is a protected region within the SQL database engine process. It acts as a trusted execution environment for processing sensitive data inside the database engine, always encrypted with secure enclaves, takes confidential computing to the whole new level. Azure Purview, which our CEO, Satya, announced in December, is another example where we are empowering data officers with advanced data security and data governance. Blockchain had a huge promise, but the technology never took off because it is too hard to use and doesn't integrate well with existing tools and framework. What if SQL can bring the same power of making data fully immutable in untrusted environments, but you don't have to give up on the ease of programmability? The last thing I want to say is SQL Server is very dear to us. We will never slow down when it comes to the innovation in SQL Server. In the coming versions, we will continue to invest in the core features of performance, reliability, scalability, and bringing industry-leading innovation. One such example of industry-leading innovation is the project where we are rewriting parts of the core SQL engine to remove the static variables in the SQL code with machine learning models that will be able to adapt to your workloads at runtime. I think it will be transformational. It will change how customers use data platforms. Let me pause here and show you a short inspirational video that we recently put together.
Imagine a tiny particle drifting at the edge of the Milky Way, a single element that could solve the next big challenge. Imagine you had the power to reach across the stars and grab it. Our world is immersed in a galaxy of data. Data that connects us, hears us, enables us to do more. Data that helps us innovate wherever imagination takes us. In 1969, Apollo 11's guidance computer was limited to 72 kilobytes as it traveled to the moon. Now, we have exponentially more power in the palm of our hands. This precious resource demands a trusted partner to harness and make every bit of it intuitively accessible at the speed of our ideas. The speed of SQL Server and Azure SQL, the latest evolution of data management's highly secure, supercharged platform, enabling you to break performance barriers and boost agility. Azure SQL Database's hyperscale capabilities allow you to auto-scale dynamically. Advanced data security keeps hazards at bay with a single click, while built-in cloud intelligence eliminates worry. Machine learning services enhance the value of your data by importing adjacent code to create models faster than ever. And with cross-platform solutions like Azure Arc, SQL Server and Azure SQL products can be leveraged virtually everywhere. Our team is motivated to consistently improve this new breed of database without disrupting the application of our existing technology, as many of the world's critical systems and most influential corporations deploy it, and agencies on our most important front lines depend on it. Businesses like Balzano that leverage SQL Server big data clusters to help radiologists interpret medical images, or Zeiss that use Azure SQL Edge to constantly improve the manufacturing of optical lenses, and organizations that help us dream bigger, like the Sloan Digital Sky Survey that built its ever-expanding database of 200 million galaxies and 260 million stars on SQL Server. Imagine what your data could dream up. Imagine unparalleled access to that next great innovation. Together, we can reach it at the speed of SQL Server and Azure SQL.
SQL started as a relational engine. Over the years, we have transformed it into a full-blown data platform. As you can see, many of the innovations are not restricted to SQL Server. We have taken them much beyond SQL Server. Today, SQL Server powers some of the largest services in Azure, such as Azure SQL and Synapse. And they are also part of some key initiatives we are taking in the data space, such as Arc, Azure Purview, and SQL Edge. Even with the best technical innovation, no product can be successful without a strong community. Our philosophy has always been community-centric. Please keep your feedback and correspondence coming. We love hearing from you, and we are always looking for new ways to support you. Thank you.
Simon, that was a great keynote. I would say I learned a lot, and I think future of SQL Server looks really bright.
Yeah, and the fact is, when Asad talks about the future of SQL being the Azure SQL Edge, we have many live shows scheduled at C# Corner Live, where the products team from Azure SQL Edge are going to come and talk about it. So that's very interesting too.
That's great. And now, we're running out of time. We're a little bit behind, a few minutes. But what else is coming up in today? Like, I know we have next 3 sessions coming. They're exciting. And then we have a break. You want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, so the next 3 sessions are by Carlos, Monica, and Buck Woody. So at 1 p.m., we take a break for 20 minutes, and then we move to the next stream that is for day 1, second half, and you can find the link in the description. So the next half of the day is going to be really interesting, as we're going to talk about the Azure Data Studio. It's adding those data science practices inside your Jupyter Notebook or VS Code. We're also going to talk about the containers, which is very important these days. Many organizations and teams are using it, and pretty more interesting stuff. And towards the end, we have data replication options in Azure SQL and SQL Server, which is super important. So I'm really excited for it.
All right, it looks like we have a ton of SQL Server coming up and data and everything. And, obviously, Buck has been on our show, and Monica is our MVP and very, one of the top authors on C# Corner. And welcome, Carlos, to the gang. So let's get started. Let's get started next session. I'm excited of this all-day learning.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Carlos, who's going to talk about using WSL2 for the database development platform. There we go. Hi, Carlos. Welcome to the SQL conference.
Hello. Thank you for having me today. I'm excited to be here with you guys. Thank you for this space that you are creating, especially for the cause that you're doing it. So it's great to talk about tech and help a little bit. So that's great.
Where are you joining us from, Carlos, this morning?
I'm from Guatemala. I'm here at Guatemala. So
nice.
Yeah, at home.
Hopefully COVID is not that bad there. Like we have pretty bad here. Hopefully, things start getting better from here.
Oh yeah, we're seeing like a little progress, but we're still waiting for new results because new breeds are coming up in Latin America. So hopefully. So
all right. I mean, the stage is yours. Hopefully, go ahead and let's not take too much time.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to add your screen, Carlos, and next 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. So I'll not try to lose any time there. So let's have fun. So Hello, everyone. My name is Carlos Lopez, as already introduced me. I'm going to talk about getting started with WSL2 for your the development platform. So here's a little bit of my credentials, but the intro was great, so I'll skip that. And the agenda for today is we'll see what is WSL2, what features does it have, the performance facts and history for the product and benchmark, a little data of it, how to prepare your environment to it, configure your WSL2, the requirement scenarios for using containers, preparing your SQL environment using your IDE tools and all the platform, the newest tools that there is on the market for prepared for Microsoft to use it, and a demo of hovering, checking the environment and containers, preparing the DB, the OS, and all the ingredients that you can interface with it. So it's that's about what we're going to cover. These are the insight of what it is and the features. So WSL2 is a Windows subsystem for Linux. Currently, we are on the version 2, so it's not that new, but it is in haste. It's better. What it allows us is a complete new subsystem over Windows, on our Windows, running any distro that is on the Microsoft Store. You can execute Bash. You can run any script transparently. That's great. And you can run any Temporal package as an RPM. You can run it as whatever way you install on Linux as a bare metal. You can do it as as a virtual machine on this WSL. So another addition is that you can execute Linux binaries from Windows, and you can the performance of the usage of the file system in your Windows is improved on the WSL2 because you can see it transparently on the Linux, from the Linux to the Windows, and you can use it transparently. And that's part of it. Then the next feature, that is the full compatibility with the kernel, Windows kernel, that is, from the Linux. And that allows you to run any API if you are trying to use any driver that you need. You don't need to use, I don't know if you are familiar with in Linux, but in the past, you have the driver, you need to use a utility like any disk wrapper utils or wine maybe to use a full compatibility from the libraries that there were on Windows for drivers itself. In this, you don't need that kind of emulation. You can use the API that you have on Windows. So that's great. So here's a little benchmark between the two versions. And here are some capabilities that you can do on the VMware and the VirtualBox. From the WSL1, you could use VirtualBox and VMware. In the WSL2, you can't, and there's a reason for it. You can now use the virtualization tool for that Windows has, because in that way Microsoft could in haste and improve the file system usage for the virtualization for all the Linux that you're running on your transparently on your computer, on your Windows host. So that's the improvement. That's the way that the kernel and the OS file systems are improved in the boot times, and all the ingredients are better then. So for that reason, I would like to show you some benchmark that the Open Benchmarking org.org had done over the WSL2 product. And overall tests shown that WSL2 had improved from 63% against 51 that WSL1 had, and against the bare metal Ubuntu 20. well, there's a difference because the bare metal is a complete installation from your machine, and against what you have on WSL, that it is a virtualization after all. You need to have a sub layer there, and of course there will be some differences, of course. But in terms of performance itself, when it did test it on SQL RDBMS engine, they tested on SQLite. They haven't tested still with SQL Server, but WSL had WSL 2, sorry, had improved in fewer response time, like 3 times, if you see here, 3 times better than the first version, and had improved even compared with the bare metal version. So that's great. And they have tested with the NoSQL databases with Redis, and you see WSL had improved how many requests per second can attend, even gained a little bit against bare metal Ubuntu. That's great. And for that, I just wanted to show you how it had evolved. And this slide is just to show you the evolution of Docker. And why am I talking about Docker? Because we're using it as the container tool or infrastructure that we're going to put on our Windows to use. And then we can see the evolution from the first version that uses everything used hypervisor. But the great thing about WSL, that this subsystem doesn't use microkernels as a little version of, or a small version, sorry, of Docker had prepared for the product in the first version, as we see here, that only had Docker Machine and Docker Compose. From the evolution here, from 2016 to 2019, they use a VirtualBox and Mobile Linux and a boot to Docker version that's a microkernel designed for Docker, but it's not the complete thing, the complete Linux that you can use on Docker. So what is the improvement here, really? Is that you can have the complete Linux on your Windows hosting for your Docker. In that way, you can do whatever you like or whatever you need for the product and have the SQL Server in it. And that's great because you can use it and you can prepare it for your environment. As you know, a container for SQL Server is no more than a SQL on Linux. So you have the complete Linux there, right? So that's great. Okay, so here are the layers that you had on the common with Docker on Windows. You have the Docker CLI through the PowerShell and going to the Docker core to the backend. That's how we're used to managed. But here now on the and is transparently because you don't longer need to interface through the PowerShell because you can do it directly with you can use it PowerShell if you want, but you can use the Linux instead and have directly connected to your container instead of going to PowerShell, connecting to the container, using the Linux there, and getting to your container. So it fastest the process there. So we're going to prepare our environment and configure and see the configuration on what you need under requirements to prepare our SQL, because right now we have only talked about the operative system. Well, just a little bit more here. Bear a little bit. The requirement for the WSL right now is the Windows 10 version 2004, but now it's on Windows Home. So that any device can have it. You only need to enable it using the deployment image servicing and management tool in your PowerShell and enabling the feature and restarting it. I have put it as a number 2 step to install the Docker desktop. However, if you only want to use it for another purpose, you don't need the Docker. However, but in this case, we need the containers, so we need it. In the third step, we're configuring the WSL with these commands. The parameter L is for listing all your Linux there. As you can have more than one. You can have more than one image there. And the second parameter is verbose, so you can check out what it's doing. And the second part of the upgrade is that now that you have the first version, once you install, you will have WSL 1, and then you have to parameterize the set version to 2. So you'll set it to version 2, and this is how it will look. You will see here you have all the images that you have on your machine, and a little when you use WSL on your PowerShell, you automatically can connect and see all the features and all the stuff that you're running, the processes and all the resources that you're using on the machine. And that's great. And even tells you a little bit of information, so that's great. Okay, so the next part is using containers against not using containers, and what are the pros and cons for us, and what benefits do we get on it. First of all, use a containers scenario helps us because it helps us to be on the edge on what is using all the infrastructure right now. Everything is using containers, so that's a lightweight, faster, efficient way to do it. And the cons are like we need a specialized knowledge to use it, because it's not like installing and only using the default way to use it. But at the end, it's an investment if you see it. The next step is using microservices technology against it complex the layers between the layers. However, the microservices are technology to prepare, lift, and shift very fast, and help you to develop, destroy, and construct infrastructure very fast. So it's a good thing. And the thing is the third part is you can introduce yourself to DevOps culture, to involve SQL Server to using it in your machine and preparing your code as a stage machine that you can prepare to use it to the cloud, Azure, right? So in this case, that helps you. The cons, well, try to put there a little bit. A standalone isolated stage, coupled versus decoupled, that depends on your scenario. I mean, your architecture, your business culture, and your business infrastructure. Not all is for containers. However, it depends, right? But if you can, it'll be great. And the last part, as a pro, I put it, is using infrastructure as a code search. I mean, in search of, you're trying to put your code as trying to create your code to be agile for using infrastructure in your Azure cloud. So that'll help you to move all to that technology. Okay, so I had identified a problem. If you say to me, how about using WSL, but not as I don't want to use container. I want, if you say Linux is a whole system, then I want to install SQL Server for Linux in my Linux virtualized in my Windows on my WSL. Theoretically you could. However, WSL has a little bit issue there because it doesn't have systemd, which is a process necessary for SQL Server. So when you you can put the binaries there and try to install, but when you do, it will say you that that systemd is necessary to operate, so it will fail. So you could do some adequations to run systemd, some scripting that in the community they're trying to do, and put in the run level adequate to run it. However, doing this is like more like forcing the product to do it, and right now it is not prepared for a simple installation. So you need to like study a lot and prepare a lot. So that's not for it. The best way to use it is with containers and Docker, because it is prepared for it, and so it's lightweight. So how can I use it then? Well, you can install your Ubuntu, you can set your Docker on your Ubuntu, and you can install your SQL Server from Docker using it. And here it is. When you have Docker, here is the profile in your settings. We'll see it a little bit further. That you have to use WSL in your Docker, and you have to set it here in general settings, and you have to enable in resources the available distribution that you have on your Linux. So you have an Ubuntu, you will set it up on, sorry, and then you will Docker will interface with WSL. You don't have to do anything else, and then the interface is done in that way. So that'll be it from the steps, and you can have now your SQL. Now we'll talk about how to what are the best practices to use your code and how to manage when you have your scenario. So first, you have to define a SQL container for your Docker file. We'll talk about more of a Docker file. What is? It's a config file to create a Docker image with your customized information for your Docker definition. So that's a best practice. The second one is create volumes dedicated for SQL container data. And that's one special note here, because you can create a SQL container on the fly if you like, where without parameters and without volumes. But the problem here is that your information is volatile. And how about I want to use it more than one time? So that'll have an issue there. So with the using of volumes, you can prepare a dedicated storage where you can only mount your data, and that's a reusable scenario. The other is build and test your Docker container SQL image. You have to test it. You have to verify that it works. And that's for the next part. You can use Git for it. You can have the repository there and configure it and integrate it with your code, and use you can have it on GitHub, of course, and run it your image as container. And then for the last, if you have all the scenario here, from here to here you are on your computer, and the next step, you will prepare your code and launch it to Azure container instance. With this, you use all the feature of the cloud to move all your code that you have prepared to pull all your container into a repository in Azure. In that way, you can prepare it for your next step. You have committed in your local machine, you have tested it, you have verified, and now you can move it and pull it to Azure. And that's one of the greatest thing that you can do. And right here, you have all the good practices that helps you to do it. And what about tools? What tooling that are we going to use to see it all that is coming? First, everything we'll use Visual Studio Code with the WSL2 extension to configure our configuration, to define it to our Ubuntu. The next, we'll use a SQL Server Visual Studio Code extension to connect to the SQL Server on our container locally. And next, we'll use Azure CLI tools to connect to the Azure, that we can see the registry there. And then also we'll use Docker VS Code extension to verify the containers, even so we can see the Azure registries there, and we can manipulate it visually. And we can use Azure Data Studio, and we, of course, the beloved SSMS, if you like, just to see the impact or the transparency of using it. So that's what we have, and let's go to the demo. 1 second, please. I'm just checking where I have it. Okay, so let's start. Here I have, let's see. Let's start again. Sorry. Oh, just one note. Yesterday was the VS Code day, so it was great. You can see it on the transcript and on the Microsoft Learn videos. You can see it there. It's really cool how to use it, and there are a lot of examples that you can use there. So let's go to business. First, we can see Docker configurations here. Let's see the parameterize. Let's see how much time do we need here? Settings. Okay, so it's a little bit slow. Well, just wanted to show you that in Windows features, if you are asking, we were talking about hypervisors, right? So we talk about that Hyper-V was the one that managing the Windows subsystem layer. But in this case, I don't even need to have configured Hyper-V on my machine, because I can do it if I want to, but that'll be like putting a little bit of stress to the machine, but you don't need it. However, it is used. So I just wanted to show you the images in the containers, how it looked in a GUI way. You can do it in this way if you like. And here's the setting that we were talking about. First, in general, we can have to set the use of WSL2 based engine. And the third step, we have to use the resources and WSL integration, and we have to enable the Ubuntu. Why Ubuntu instead of other? I have Kali and I have Alpine, because you have to use a distro that is supported by SQL Server, and the supported ones are SUSE and Ubuntu. So I use Ubuntu. So that's the main reason. That's why. But you can do it whatever. You can also enable each one, but that'll be for other projects. So the second part is using, well, I'll use PowerShell, but through the Windows console. So I think that I don't have any open session. No, I don't have it. So Windows terminal, I'll open it. And then here we are. We are seeing the cool part of it is that you can choose whatever language you like and whatever distribution you like. Even you can use the Azure CLI to connect to your Azure and do whatever code you like. And it's transparent also in Azure if you like to throw code to Linux or PowerShell. That's not differences there. So the next step is that you have to prepare your environment. I'll use Visual Studio Code here with a parameter, remote, and stating or specifying WSL plus and the distribution that you're using. But to do it, I need to verify what WSL do I have. So I can list it here. And these are, so this text, I can put it here and it will open. I have it already open. It will charge you the libraries and will set your environment with the WSL Ubuntu as you like to use. And why do I do that? And why do I care to do that? Because if I only open code as it is, I I cannot interface completely with the WSL. I here have environmented to my Linux machine using the Windows. So in this way, I'm like moving to the other way, and I can even when you open the file system and you open the file, you'll see that you have the location of your Linux, not your Windows. If you put show local, it will put you in your Windows. So that's what changes a little bit, and there are little tweaks there, but for our demonstration, it doesn't matter right now. So we talk about these three commands right now: WSL -L, -B, -S to set it as default and to open the code. So let's talk about using for SQL Server itself. So you can download from your Docker and put it from the Microsoft repository. You're using Docker pool, and you will take your images from the whatever distribution you're using. So with that, you will see, let's clear here because it's a little bit messy. Okay, so let's see, where were we here? So in the same way that we did on the GUI on the Docker, we can see the Docker pool that we have done. Here are the SQL Server distributions that I have. I have a 2019 and a 20. Also, I have another that I have created myself as a Docker, using a Docker file, creating a Docker image for it. And we'll see it a little bit more further. Just going to continue with the code. Bear with me, please. Okay, so here are a rudimentary way to do a container for a SQL Server, where you can use Docker run. You'll always use a Docker run. However, the parameters are the differences. You have to state the port from the host to the guest. That's a network issue, configuration that you can choose. Here's the name of the container that you are choosing to do. I will use this one for our demo. And with that parameter, we privileged the run of the container in the running with privileges. And this is the TTY interface to interface with commands to the container, and explicit the parameters for the SA password that you have to configure, and accept EULA for your container. This is like you're installing or something as such. And then you have to select a volume, as we were talking. In this particular example, I'm trying to use a way to use Windows path as host, followed by a colon character to the guest position in Linux. This is the container one, and this is the local Windows path. If we were using PowerShell, we have to use inverse folder character. So that's just a note in case you're using PowerShell instead to create the Docker. In this kind of one, we are using Linux, so we are using the division character. So in this one, you have to select the Docker image. You have to use only 4 digits. You only need to use, 4 digits of the image name. Here are. So in this case, we are selecting the 2017 version of it, and that's it. That's how you create your container. That's like the rudimentary way of doing it. And here are a little bit more complex situation. Oh, before I skip this part, I have created a Docker volume for this container. We can see the list of your volumes here. I have a shared volume for the 2017 and a shared volume for 2019 and a SQL volume. Okay, I have created these like folders, if you like, where the data will be, and I can prepare. I think that you can even configure alone for it if you have configure a dedicated LUM for it, and you can select a path and a drive for it. So that will be great. So, and that way you cannot lose anything. You know, if you like, and have the data like for various purposes. So you have to be prepared for any scenario. So here are another configuration of the container, run it by the 2017 version. Here are, I named it with the number 2 version. I didn't scratch this. This had the option of volume instead of mount. I can use volume instead of mount and set it. However, I'm using mount in the real version where containers are, to use the option type of bind, to binding the folder to the share path location, to the target, the share volume that I have created here in the Docker volume. I will target to the mount SQL in the container. The same parameters are as I have shown you before. And here are the share volume for the 2019 with a different image. If you see here, I have a different image, right? So that's I'm using the image for 2019 instead of 2017, and that's about it. So let's try to and just this one is the same. It's another example with a rudimentary way to using a source, bind, and a destination. Okay, so let's try to run the container that I have created, and then run the scenario that I have, which is that database refresh, and then we will try to delete the container and do it again. So if we have enough time. Okay, so what we are doing here is using Docker PS as to see all the processes that are running. We see here that I have one container, which is the name that we will see here, and I have it running up. The only command that I need in Docker start, we'll stop it as here, and the response will be the name of the container. This is the response here, and it shows stop. But it is a little rudimentary to see it in code, just because I'm used to it. But if you're not, you can use your extension. You can use Docker extension. You can see it here. It already refreshed, and you can start it from here. Start. It's the same that doing the command. So it has started. Docker PS can show you that it will be up in like been up like 4 seconds, start in 8 seconds. And if you do Docker inspect, you can see the JSON configuration for it, and you can see how it is configured, the bridge, and all the information for the ports. And you can see this particular position. You can see the version of the SQL Server that I'm using, the distribution of the Ubuntu LTS that I'm using, and you can see, let's see here, hold on. The mount, here is the option that I want to show you. The type bind to the source that I'm using, that's in WSL as your host, and the destination in your container, and that's it. So now that you are on your container, you can see your container. We'll see a little bit of a scenario. Right now, we'll see the mount points where the location of the WSL are. We'll see, hold on a second, the folders where I have the back files here. You see mount C drive of the local machine of Windows where I have the backups. I have where the Windows local machine for the queries. Here they are, the queries that I'm using. And this one that I'm showing is the location of the WSL Docker desktop bind mounts of Ubuntu, where it shows the position where the container has all the queries. So in any particular point, if you edit your file in your Windows and you want to update your code, let's say you are trying to download it from somewhere, your SQL Server, and you have their script there, and you have to put it in your containers, you can do it. If you can do it from your Linux, but instead, if you're using your Edge or your whatever source you have, and you wanted to put it in your container, you only have to copy it. You have to move it from your Windows that your Linux can see and put it in your destination of that container can use. So in this scenario, what we'll do is using a bash script to do the transportation of the files, and the second scenario, and see the tail log operations for the transportation. We'll see the scripts, don't worry about it. And then we'll see the connection for the SQL Server that we're connected, see the version inside using the SQL command or inside your container. And then we'll refresh the database. How? Using the database restore. So what we'll do right now is to show you the bash scripts of transport and refresh and see the operation files. And see, because I did the tail operation. Okay, so transport. The transport bash, what it does is manually make changes in your Windows script, copied from your, if you did any changes from your script, copied from your Windows environment, take it from there and put it in your container bind that you have designated for it. Put it, log into it, and then copy the scripts in there, mount it in the mount point position, such as the same that we did on the first step. Then once we have copied, this is a small operation. I have granted permission as 777. You can do whatever you like. This is just a scenario to show you that you can do whatever you like there and compress the backup file if I need to do like an automate operation there, and put a little bit of tar and put the naming of the file and creating a log. So I'll create a log there and put it. And that's about the transport bash script. And the other is the refresh. What it does is to execute 3 queries. First, it does the restore using SQL command, connecting, and executing the SQL restore. The second operation is to do an inspect, do a read error log. Okay, so what it does here, we'll see the script one by one. Let's see one here. Let's see, edit here, the files. One is the restore. That's the most important part. Okay, so in this part, this is like your known and beloved T-SQL. When the first part is to do the verify only logical verification of the back files that we're doing, to verify that all the files are well and there. There are 3 or 4, sorry, 4. And then it do performs of the restore of it and put it in the location where we're specifying. The default location is varp opt ms SQL. And then finally do integrity check using DBCC check file, DB. So in that way, this is like a small scenario to do a refresh scenario to doing in a container. So you can execute it very fast and do a very automated way to do it. This is a way to do it. The other way is that you already have the how you say it, the MDF and the LDF, and you just attach the database. This is another scenario. There's another way to use it, but in this case, we're trying to like simulate a process that you can repeat every time. So, okay, we'll return to the agenda and run the transportation of the files. I know that we have a version, but in this case, we're simulating that we're transporting and showing a different version of it. So if we do this, we'll see that the files have been updated. It has done a little bit of copy there, have compressed and given the permission, run the step 3, and everything have been done well and done the operation as we expected. So now we'll connect to the container and see the version. This is just a way of doing things, just to show you that you can connect to the SQL Server using the command shell. You can using the command shell. It will see it in another way, using the tools. So don't worry there. We'll show you a lot of ways that you can connect. And then we'll do the refresh in the bash and performing the refresh operation, because we have the back files. So have seen that the back are verified, the transportation has been successfully, and now it is restoring the first database. Cool thing, I have taken this from a 2012 version backup from Windows and has updated to the 2017, I think it is, version, and it's a Linux version. So you see, it is transparent to the engine to do the performance of the restore. Okay, it is almost finishing. And it is the DBCC check, and I put the logs there, so it showed me everything there. It is just a way to do it. You can also put it in a log file if you like, so that way you can read it later and have like all your version there, or you can have it on your JIT or other ways to do it. Okay, so now we have refreshed the database. Now let's connect it to the database and see what it's doing, what we have there. So let's use query inspect. And let's connect. I'll connect here. And connect. After that, I'll connect using SSMS and then Azure Data Studio to see it in different ways. So you can see it here. WSL, and takes a little while to connect, I think. Depends on your machine. And you can use this SQL feature to see the query here if you only want to inspect and see the query as it is. You can see this is the log that we're checking. Log operation is there. You see the DBC check that we did is there. The restore operations that we did is there. Everything. Okay. The second part is to show you the log files location, called the master, and all the metadata for the physical name. Although it says that it's on var opt, it is only logical location for the container. The physical location for the container is the mount point that we have created. That is the Docker volume that we have created, sorry, for it, and so it is pointing there. The other is when you this is the version parameter, and you can see here have the 2017, I think, 2017, and the databases that we have here. The times that we have restored. This is the query that we have run. We run it right now. T-SQL 20. These are the databases that have restored. The times that I have done. And the location for it. Where is the physical device where I took it, and the person or the username that did the query. Okay, so that's it. That's a way to see it. Now we'll see it in another way using the SSMS. The same query, connecting. Let's disconnect and connect again. We just need the localhost, need the SA, and need the password that you created for your Docker run command. And that's about it. It's runs on your local host and shows you the database itself. Here is the databases that we have refreshed. Here is the query that we have run. Same command. You see here, here's the log. Here's the DBC checks that we have done, the restores databases, and all that we have done. So with this, we can do whatever we like with having a Windows form to see things against your database. So let me see why it failed. I think that I didn't took. Oh, okay, the head was here. Sorry. The same way we're seeing the data from a different point of view. We're seeing the location of the physical files, the logical names, and the physical names, and all the things, the cool things that we have for SQL Server to see. Okay, now that we know that the database is refreshed, let's try to hit it with some testing. We'll use a parameterized tool, which is a SQL stress query tool done by Adam Mechanic.
Hi, Carlos. I'm really sorry to interrupt. Is there any way you can wrap in just a couple of minutes? Yeah.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I just.
You can take a couple of more minutes. It's okay.
No worries. If I like, I just wanted to show you, but okay, that's okay. I just wanted to let you know that you can do whatever you can do with the localhost. Let's see if it connects really fast. Integrated. If it's already too late for the next speaker, please stop me right now, and I'll stop. So
you can complete this part. It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think it took a little bit to connect. So now because one second. Default database integrated. Oh, I see where it failed. Let's say. Okay, so we can test it there, and we can set the connection. Put the testing tool, and then when we run the let's use this one over here. I'll use the SQL who is active, also another tool from Adam Mechanic. Run it here, and you can see the utilization of the database here, and have the CPU and locations and reads and writes for the special session that we were doing for the test. So sorry that I have done it so fast right now. I didn't have enough time to. Right now, I didn't complete that part, but well, that's everything that I have done for today. I just wanted to show you that you can, whatever you can do it in all the scenarios for containers using Containerd, and that's it. So important note for it is that WSL is a good option to use containers in SQL Server, and thank you for everything. Sorry, you're on mute. Mahesh, you're on mute.
Okay, there you go. That was great, Carlos. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And enjoy your weekend and stay safe.
You too.
We're running a little late, and hopefully we'll see you soon again in the show. Whenever, listen, This is for you. Whenever you feel like you want to come again, Simon is here. Simon,
Thank
you want
you.
to add something to that?
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you for.
yeah, thank you so much for your time, Carlos. We'd love to have you back. We do regular shows on C# Corner, and hope to see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye. Take care. All right, now let's go ahead and run to our next session. Really excited for this one, Mahesh. How do you feel about this session coming up?
No, this should be good. At least we have rock star speaker. Monica's coming up, and she's always fun, a lot of energy. We are excited to have her back.
All right, so let's go and have our next speaker, Monica, who's going to talk about performance tuning, getting the biggest bang for your buck, not the next speaker buck.
Hey everyone.
Monica, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me back. C# Corner is such a great community. I'm glad to be part of this.
Thank you. No, it's all because of you and everybody around. It's like, listen, community can't do nothing by itself, right? It's all about people joining hands together.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, Simon, it's your turn.
Yeah, I mean, we're all good to go with this while we're talking behind this scene. Like Monica's back on live chat after 215 days. Oh my goodness, that's a lot.
That's almost close to 1 year.
I know. It's been a long year, hasn't it?
Wow. Yeah. All right. I think because of the time, we let you go. This is all you. Stage is yours, Monica.
Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys.
Glad you're there you go.
Okay, so everybody can see my screen. Now, I just want to give everybody a heads up. This is normally a 75-minute session. I am going to do my best to get it within the about 40 minutes that I have, since we ran over a little bit more. And those who know me already know that I am SQL Espresso for a reason. I talk really fast. I'm always hyped up on coffee. So just hold on to your seats. It may go a little faster than normal. I will have my slide decks completely available for you. So if you miss anything, you're welcome to just go grab those on my website, or I'm sure C# will have those for you as well. So let's go ahead and get started. We're here for performance tuning, getting big bang for your buck. I do this session as a checklist for you to take back these items slide by slide to go into your environment and look and see where you stand. Is there any tweaks you can do performance-wise to get a bigger bang for your buck? Exactly why I titled this, as you make these changes in your system and get a performance boost. Again, he already introduced me, but here's all my contact information. I'm a Microsoft MVP. I'm very involved in the community. And I've been working with C# now for several years. So if you haven't visited their website, definitely go take a look at all the information with SQL Server that they have out there. Normally, this is my presentation rules. I want everybody to learn from each other. So feel free to get into the chat and ask questions, talk to each other, talk about the things that I'm talking about, whether they worked in your environment or not. Given our time frame, I may not be able to answer all of your questions, but I will be scrolling through that chat after we're done and try to follow up with anything that I might have missed. So definitely take advantage of this and let's get into a conversation. As with anything, your best practices is where you're really going to get that fundamental performance boost, making sure that everything in your system is properly configured and you're thinking outside of the box of SQL Server. So we're really going to start there, and this is where we begin our checklist. So let's get started. And I can't stress this one enough. It's very, very simple. It has nothing to do with SQL Server configuration in and of itself. This is all about your Windows power plan. okay? I need to make sure that you are checking not only on your box, your server, but you're also checking on a host when you're going into a virtual platform, right? We want to make sure you are set on high performance, not balanced. Balanced is the default when you actually set up a server. It's set to balance. If you have that set on balance, you are only using 70%. Look at that number, 70% of your CPU's power, okay? You have already lost 30% of your CPU capabilities by just not having this power plan set correctly on your server, okay? So what I need you to do is go back to each one of your environments and check this. If you don't have the ability to look on your host itself, have a conversation with somebody and have them check this. It is really important for SQL Server to be optimal in its CPU usage by having this plan set accordingly. Don't lose 30% off the bat when it comes to your power plan, okay? There's lots of information out there about this. You can actually do test runs using CPU-Z. If you look that up, and you can actually see the clock speeds on your CPU and do comparison. And I said before, if you saw my tweet, you might see Katie show up on my desk. This is Piper, a different one, so we can just ignore her as we go along, but you never know what's going to pop up on my desk here. Okay, the next one, services. This is a big one, and I have to laugh because this happens all of the time. How many of you guys have gone and looked at your servers or actually inherited a server that when you look at the services, somebody went through and enabled every single SQL Server option when they installed it, right? They hit every single checkbox and they installed it, right? What you really want to have when you have a SQL Server and you're doing OLTP, you really only want your engine installed on your box. If you have SSIS, SSAS, SSRS running, that is taking away resources from your engine. It may be possible at one point in time you had planned to put SSIS on your box and planned to use it, and that was years ago, and you're really not using it anymore. Do yourself a favor, go through your services, check on all of your boxes, and make sure you're only running the SQL services that is actually needed. We're going to talk about some of the implications of having other services besides the engine running on your box. So we'll see that in a little bit when it has to do with memory and things like that. But do yourself a favor and check. Please don't run these additional services on the same thing as your engine. Now, we know because of licensing, we get into a situation where you have to have SSIS running on the same box. If that's the case, we're going to take into consideration some other things that we need to talk about as we move along. But take the time, go through this checklist item, look in your system, and really evaluate what services you're running and why you are running those. If you're able to move them off, even better, you're going to get a performance gain. Now let's talk about patching. And I want you to talk about patching outside of just the scope of security, right? Everybody keeps their boxes patched because they're worried about the latest and greatest virus or ransomware or whatever else that we have that comes through that can impede on our system. I want you to start thinking about performance gains you get through patching, right? When we installed SQL 2016, there were issues. We actually get a performance boost by going simply to SP1. They actually made some bug fixes that were with the initial deployment, and that was fixed in SP1. Just by doing that upgrade, you get the boost. Again, going from older versions of SQL Server to newer versions of SQL Server gets you things. But also think about your CUs, right? Now we're doing CU patching. With every single one of those CUs, if you ever looked at the documentation behind there, you'll see a list of bug fixes that are happening, and you could be actually having performance issues based on one of these bugs that is simply fixed by keeping up with the latest CUs. Also, when you're thinking about patching, think outside SQL Server, right? Are your NIC cards being updated to the right patch? Is the VM on the latest and greatest? Are there Windows patches that need to happen? There are a lot of things that actually go with SQL Server and actually have implications with SQL Server if they are not properly patched. So start talking about those drivers on the VM, start talking about the NIC cards and other pieces when you're trying to really gain performance with inside your system. I've got a link here to the build list so you can look and see what the latest CU is if you're not familiar with what they are right now. I encourage you to take a look at what version you're at, do an inventory in your system and see if you're able to apply some of those patches within your environment and get the gains that go with it. So this is a big one. And usually I find that people tend to pay attention to this one more than what they used to do. What I want you to pay attention to here first is that box that I have in the red square. If your max memory looks like this number, 214-748-3647, then you need to stop what you're doing and set this max value. This max value tells SQL Server, if I have a box that has 32 gigs on it, and I need, SQL Server wants to use all of it, there's nothing to say that it can't take memory from the Windows, and you end up in a starved situation. If you set this max memory, let's say we leave old school thought of 4 gigs to the OS, so I have 2,800 listed here, or 28,000 listed here, and I give 28 gigs to SQL Server, then it's going to max out at that 28 gigs, and you don't run into a starvation situation when it comes to your Windows environment. So you want to make sure you set that. Now, how do you know what's the best number out there? There are some scripts that you can actually run, and it will give you, Jonathan Cahias from SQL Skills has a fantastic blog about this. You run the script and it will give you the exact number to put in there based on your environment. So I encourage you to take a look at that. Also, when we're talking about max memory, keep in mind when you have multiple instances on your box. I've run into situations where somebody put a default instance, they did the right thing, and they set 28 gigs for their max memory. Somebody went behind them, added another instance, a named instance. They did their research, they did 28 gigs of memory on that instance. What happened? I now have way too much allocated memory, and I have both servers that are both instances that are having issues because I allocated more than the memory was on that actual box. So double check what your multiple instances are. Make sure they're allocated accordingly and you're not going over and over allocating that. Look and see my next item there is SSIS, SSRS, and SSAS. When it comes to max memory, did you know, and I find this kind of catches some people, that these 3 other services do not share that max memory option? It's actually using the Windows memory. So if I only left 4 gigs to the Windows operating system and I have SSIS and SSAS running on my box, guess what? They're taking away from that 4 gigs and really could be causing issues on my box. So definitely take a look and see what exactly you're running service-wise, and keep in mind, maybe you have to lower that max memory inside SQL Server in the configuration because you have these other services running. Give enough to your Windows OS to make sure these are manageable. Now, how do you figure out what that value is? You really kind of need to dig in. I like to watch in Task Manager or look and see what kind of memory consumption each one of these are getting. When I've got my big data loads happening, things like that, I can't give you an actual answer. I'm sure there's somebody who's blogged about it on what it should be. My goal here is to let you know, take a look at it, think about it, and go from there. Because of time, I'm skipping this next lock pages in memory. I encourage you to take a look and research that, the good and the bads. But take a look at my next item. This is all about the VM host, right? Again, this is normally something that is out of the purview of a normal DBA unless you've got a really good relationship with your admin. But I want you to make sure and ask the question, when you ask for memory be allocated to your SQL Server VM, make sure they set it the memory reservation, right? It's a checkbox. Set it as a memory reservation. If I ask for 32 gigs, I want to make sure I'm getting 32 gigs and the balloon driver that controls the allocation on that host doesn't steal my 32 gigs away from me when another VM needs help. This balloon driver is there to actually allocate the load. Again, when something is starving for resources, it can borrow it from somebody else and make sure that it can continuously keep all those VM running. When it comes to SQL Server, I'm selfish. Don't touch my box once you set it up. Make sure you ask for it to be set as a memory reservation. Therefore, that balloon driver can't get a hold of your memory, okay? The next thing you want to do is make sure they don't over allocate that memory on that box. I've run into situations where maybe that box only has 32 gigs to share with all the VMs, but because they know about this balloon driver, they've over allocated it and made it 48 gigs. and they expect the balloon driver to level all of that out. So it's something you need to keep in mind. And if you can get preview or purview to your vSphere or whatever it is, you can look inside the configuration inside your VM environment. See if you can get that. We'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But that's memory in a nutshell. We can dive into this really far, but this is just a checklist item for you to go and review these things with inside your configuration. Now, this is TempDB. I have a whole big session on this. We can deep dive into this forever, but I want you to hit the highlights. And the highlights is that TempDB really is a global resource. It's used by everybody with really, really high concurrency, right? And you want to make sure you don't end up with contention inside your system. So what you want to do is make sure, one, it's on the fastest as possible. You know, nowadays with flash SSDs, this is less of a problem than what it used to be when we had a bunch of spinning disks behind it. But the one thing I really, really, really want to focus on here is the multiple files. And they've actually helped us when we went to 2016 in the initial setup. They actually ask us how many files and recommend the amount of files to be created for your system. But you want your files to work in a round robin format, right? Without getting into a deep dive, you want to look at this. I've got them all set up in the exact same file size. And you'll notice my auto growth is exactly the same. You're going to do a minimum of a file per CPU core up to 8. When it comes to SQL Server, you end up with a cost threshold of where the cost benefit might overflow if you've got too many files out there for it to pick from. So a good rule of thumb is 1 per CPU core. Want to make sure every single file is the same size. Why? Because the way the transactions come through, it's going to look for free space. It's going to look where's the biggest spot I can go do my work. If you have file 1 significantly larger than the other 3 files, guess what's going to happen? Everything's going to rush to file 1. And you end up with a concurrency issue. Don't put yourself in the situation. Go back tomorrow or Monday and look and see if you have these out of whack. If one is bigger than the other, you have contention, you have a performance issue. Make sure they're all sized exactly the same and make sure they grow exactly the same because you want to make sure they stay in sync. That's where prior to 2016, these 2 trace flags come into play. Trace flag 1118 has to do with mixed extents, and that's kind of in the background, but 1117 is what you want to really take into account. That actually will make it so anything in that files, those files, if one grows, they all will grow. Okay, so those temp dev through temp 4, if I have a growth event, they will all grow by 64 megs or whatever the increment it needs to move them along, and keeps everything going smoothly in that round robin. Okay, so just double check your environment. If you ever get one that bloats over the size of the other and gets really, really big, take the time to realign them and get that fixed. Again, I told you about CUs, right? There was some heavy metadata contention that actually happened within 2016 and 2017 in the background. Me as a DBA, I probably don't know anything about this, but just by going to CU8 for 2016 and CU5 for 2017, I've fixed a problem that I didn't even know existed, and my TempDB is happier for it. Okay, so keep that in mind. Also, when you're using temp variables, if you're using temp variables inside your TempDB or table variables inside TempDB, make sure you have trace flag 2453 set on. And what that allows you to do is if you look at your table variables, you'll notice that an estimated row count is usually equal to 1. Even though you might have 1,000 rows or 100,000 rows coming through, it expects 1. So it doesn't necessarily give you the resources it needs to move those records along throughout each node inside an execution plan. And the optimizer doesn't grant you the proper resources to handle that large record load because it expects 1. If you use 2453 inside your table variables, it actually will do a recompile and give you a better estimated value so it can plan for what memory grants it needs, what joins it needs to use based on the row count that's coming through. Now, what's really great about this is in 2019, they introduced something to fix this for us, which is a deferred table variable decompilation or something. I can't think of it right off the bat. But there is 2019, there's an option that fixes this for us. But if you're in below that, 2453 is a good thing for you to actually be doing in your system. Okay. So this is my favorite slide, and this is the most important thing you can do for performance. And people laugh at this when I talk about it. Your job is contingent on so many other people's jobs, the way they configure their storage, the way the network is designed. the way they're handling your virtual environment, things like that. It is important for you, and this is my opinion, to keep your admins, network storage, etc., drunk, fat, and happy, right? That's how I like to do it, because at some point in time, you're going to tell them their babies are ugly. You're going to tell them their storage is a bottleneck. You're going to tell them and prove to them their VMware configuration is not right, or however they have their systems is not correct, because you can prove in numbers inside the SQL Server with different counters on the box, lots of different things that show where your bottleneck is, where the latency is coming. And you've tuned SQL Server really well that you can actually eliminate SQL Server as a problem. And it's one of these outside resources that are the issue. So what does it feel like when somebody says SQL Server is the problem? Man, it hurts me, because SQL Server is my baby, right? It's what I like to take care of. I know I do it really well. I don't like when somebody comes at me and says SQL Server is the problem. The same thing happens when it comes to your storage and network admins. Definitely build the best relationship you can right off the bat, right? I like to bring donuts into these other departments. I like to take the manager out maybe for pizza, or invite them to lunch, or do something, because I need them to know that I understand I need them and they don't need me, right? Having that great relationship makes it easier for me as a DBA to ask for more storage, to ask them to give me purview inside vSphere or VMware, so I can see what the host actually is doing. And I can work with them on what's the next design for disaster recovery. What's the next thing we can do to get SQL Server to run faster and eliminate the storage latencies? Can I get involved in the conversation to help determine what kind of storage we're going to pick up next for SQL Server? All of this kind of stuff is really great for my environment. So I want to make sure I remember that I make sure that I understand their worth. Hopefully that comes across, because you're going to have to tell them that their baby is ugly. Believe me, I've been in situations where I've gone head on with network admins, and it was just a disaster, because nobody likes to be told how to do their job and what's wrong with their stuff. So definitely please keep that in mind. Okay, so let's talk about virtual environments. I see some questions on here with virtual environments. Virtual environments can really be a great thing. It can really also cause you issues that you have no control over. And that big one being your over-provisioned host, right? You have no control how many VMs are actually on that host. You have no control of what type of VMs are on that host, right? Maybe they're running Exchange or whatever they're using for Office, or whatever they're using as a file system. Maybe they have, there's tons of stuff that they could be running on a box that is very, very resource consumption wise, that you don't want interfering with SQL Server. If you can't get a dedicated host for SQL servers only, you have no control of what's going on there. So you want to make sure those hosts are not overcommitted, right? You want to know if they're moving your VM to another host. Maybe you're going to run into issues because they've actually motioned you over to another host for some reason, and now that you're not functioning well, and that's out of your control. They can over allocate those CPUs. They can over allocate that memory. I actually had a client. Remember the days of Spectre and Meltdown? How that took away hyperthreading when they did a fix? They had a box that had only 16 CPUs on there, and they hyper-threaded it. So it really made it 32. But they, when I looked at it, over allocated to 75 CPUs were allocated on that box. That was really 16. When they put in the patching for these two things, it took away the hyper-threading. So they ended up with 16 CPUs, but allocated 72. Which meant nothing was running. That was out of the purview of SQL Server. I knew this happened because I watched my SOS scheduler yield weights inside SQL Server, and I was able to look at the CPU ready time. Those are two indicators that you can look at for over allocation when it comes to CPU. But that was out of the realm of my SQL Server purview, right? So the next thing you want to talk about is thin provisioning. This is the sneaky little thing that storage admins do. Say I want to create a new TempDB and I want 500 gigs. I go to my storage admin. I've actually bought them donuts that morning before I asked the question. And I said, I want 500 gigs for a new T drive for TempDB. And they're like, oh, Monica, you really don't need 500 gigs. And I said, yes, I do. I'm going to allocate 125 for 4 files for TempDB, 500 gigs. I'm definitely going to need that. And they said, okay, we'll give you 500 gigs. So he presents a drive to me that's 500 gigs. But what he really did was thin provisioned that drive, which meant he is actually only going to give me maybe 25 gigs or 50 gigs at a time in the background. And when I have a growth event, it will grow and give me another allocated amount, 50 or 25. Well, I don't know when that allocation is going to happen. So I'm going to incur a performance hit every single time I get a growth event, depending on what allocation amount they thin provisioned me. Okay. So I want you to go back to your environment and say, is my storage thick provisioned? Have you really given me that 500 gigs? If not, ask them. It's a little checkbox when they configure it, right? Ask for thick provisioned. And if they say no, what I want you to do, especially when it comes to TempDB, is go ahead and grow out your TempDB. Take all that space in one chunk. You may not use it all right away, but you've got that space. Just go ahead and take it. So that way you are not incurring a performance hit when it comes to those growth events as they happened. So that's just a quick note. All right, I got about 20 minutes. I think we're going to be good, hopefully. All right, compression. Let's talk about compression. Row compression, page compression. There was a really great session given by Bob yesterday or day before. If you go to 8KB website, he's got a fantastic deep dive into Bob Pasturi into compression. But what you really want to do is by compressing data, you're actually able to get more data on that page and more space to be able to put more data within memory at the time you need it, right? So you can do page compression and row compression and able to get a lot more data back rather than wasting space with different bits that are being taken up or bytes that are taken up by space not really being used. So it saves on disk space, which is a great win for your storage admin. It actually costs a little CPU overhead, but it's worth it when it comes to being able to retrieve your data faster and get more. So definitely take a look at that. There's lots of queries that you can run that gives you the actual estimated compression that you'll get from your data, so you can see that it's a big win. One thing I want you guys to keep in mind is that when it comes to backup compression, there's a thing called deduplication. When your SAN admin tells you you cannot use backup compression because we dedupe on the SAN and it saves them a bunch of space and stuff, I need you to call that a red flag. I need you to halt that and ask some questions, because if they're telling you you cannot use compression, that means they are actually deduping that backup file on the SAN, and you end up with all of these pointers in there. That's what deduping is. It looks for duplicate data and it creates a bunch of pointers and actually is able to save space on the SAN. But what happens when you have to restore that data? And this is where you need to think and talk. When you do a backup, the backup is fine, right? Runs normal time, same as the native, you're good to go. But as you restore, do a side-by-side comparison. If you were able to do a native backup and you put it to the cloud or you put it to local or something like that, and you restore it, you'll see maybe it actually was 2 hours for it to restore. If you do it with a deduped backup on a compressed SAN, right? If you do that, it's going to take approximately 3 to 6 times potentially to do that restore. So when you're in a catastrophic situation and you have to restore something because somebody did a select or a update or a delete with no where clause, and you have to restore that data, I can't wait 3 to 6 times more for that restore to happen. So do side-by-side tests. Do your research when it comes to that. It's a red flag you need to talk about when it comes to backup compression. If they say we are going to dedupe and you cannot use it, see if you can maybe push your backups to the cloud. Make that an option so you can get them off that SAN, or get somebody to sign off in writing that it's okay, that it's going to take you 3 to 6 times longer to actually get those restores back. Okay, just keep that in mind. Now here's a magic button. And I say this because it truly is a magic button. And it's so important that it's now the default isolation level inside Azure SQL DB. So we all have had blocking in our environment, right? Readers block writers and writers block readers. It's the natural way of things happening. If somebody's trying to do an update or an insert or a delete on a row that's being read, say by a report in a simple select statement, we end up with a blocking scenario. I guarantee you, if you put in allow snapshot isolation and read committed snapshot isolation, your blocking is going to go away and you're going to know exactly when this has been put on. There is lots of blogs out there. Kendra Little has a fantastic blog about these two options. I encourage you guys to take a look and look it up. I wish I had the link for me here, but I don't, unfortunately. But it's RCSI. As soon as you turn this on, readers don't block writers and writers don't block readers, because it begins to use a version store inside TempDB. And you're able to read the versions of these rows while other transactions are still being able to actually do what they need to do. And you eliminate blocking almost completely when this scenario occurs. So if you've got people doing general select statements against a highly OLTP environment, or you have reports going against production, things like that, I highly encourage you to take a look at it, because it is simply a magic button that will help you get rid of a ton of concurrency or blocking that's happening that is slowing your system down. So take a look at that. Again, when things start to go default, it's a really big flag that says maybe I should be looking at this for my environment. So definitely take a look at that. Statistics. Now, my friend Erin Stiletto is up later this afternoon, and she's going to deep dive into statistics. So I'm going to run this pretty quickly. But what I really want you to make sure you know is that statistics is the magic sauce, right? It's how the optimizer gets the information it needs for that estimated amount of rows and allows it to make determinations on what kind of data to expect and how to figure out what the operators are for you to specifically get your data through as fast as possible. Keep these up to date. If you're doing index maintenance, fantastic. Start thinking about statistic maintenance. How often are you updating your statistics? Have you deep dived and actually looked to see when was the last time your statistics were updated on particular rows? Maybe change this from synchronous to asynchronous. When you get an auto statistic update, there's a slight pause in the system while those statistics update. If you move it to asynchronous, you will actually halt the statistics update. You're able to do it when there's an availability for that update to happen. It makes it a little more smoother and you get a performance gain. You can take a look at that and find out more information. But here's the big one to walk away with. Trace flag 2371. All of us have really large tables, over 1 million rows, right? Maybe 10 million rows. Maybe we're into the billion of rows. Statistics are actually auto-updated based on an algorithm in a sliding scale, right? 20% change on that row plus, whatever the algorithm actually is, it will actually trigger a statistics update. Well, if I've got a table with 10 million rows and I don't do a ton of changes to it, but it's enough changes where statistics matter, I'm not going to trigger a statistics update, right? I'm not going to get that auto update. But if I had 2371 actually in there, it will change the algorithm to a sliding scale that works with larger tables, and you'll get more frequent statistics updates, right? This on top of regular maintenance of your statistics is what you really want to try to strive for. So take a look at 2371 and see if that works for your environment. There's no downside to that I'm aware of or have ever heard of, but Erin might mention more as she moves along through her session. Definitely stick around for that. And did you know you can make your own statistics? If you as a developer know a field's going to be called all the time, or you're going to use the data a certain way, take a look and see if it actually benefits from making your manual statistic. And you'll notice sometimes inside execution plans that it'll say, if you hover over one of the operators, it might say missing statistics. Ding, ding, ding. That's a big hint that maybe you should manually create a statistic because it's looking for one. So just keep that in mind as you move forward. Also, 2371, look at this. It's another default in 2016. They actually handle this for you. Again, if something goes default, it's something that you probably should look at in your previous versions and see if it's applicable to your environment. So let's talk about these two real quick. I've got about 10 minutes. We'll hopefully move through this. So max DOP, max degree of parallelism, and cost for threshold of parallelism. These two work in tandem. And if in your environment, these are set to 0 and 5, then we need to have a conversation, because that means this hasn't been touched and you've got an opportunity to do some performance gains. I want your max DOP to be looked at as 8 or below, depending on how many logical processors you have in. Just a cut and dry, right? If I've got 8 logical processors, I usually set my value to 4. And then, or I can go up to 8, right? So it just depends, but I want you to definitely take a look at this number. It shouldn't be set to 0 in your environment. Keeping in mind, if you're using SharePoint inside SQL Server, that value is going to be a maxed op 1 and there's nothing you can do about it. That means everything is going serial, right? when it comes to max degree of parallelism, this is how many threads you're letting the system use when it goes parallel, right? When it determines based on the cost for parallelism, right? That's the second half. When it actually determines that it's hit that cost and it should actually thread out to be a parallel operation, you want to tell it how many. So in my case, I have 8 cores. I chose to set my max stop to 4. When I go parallel, I actually will say 4 threads are allowed to go parallel. This kind of helps when it comes to CPU allocation and it comes to CPU pressure, things like that. I know you guys have seen CX packet weights. These are normal weights inside SQL Server, but it can actually present a problem when you have too many things going parallel or you have too many threads involved in the operation, right? So you want to deal with this as a DBA. And you want to look and see what threshold you want to give. I like to start out between 35 and 50 for my cost threshold. And that says it must hit that threshold before it goes parallel. Otherwise, it's going to run serial, right? And then you just get the one thread through. So definitely take a look at these things. You want to make sure your CX packet weights, just so everybody understands what that is. So say I have 4 threads and the 4 threads going through that operator is doing that operation. As soon as it's done going parallel, it's got to come back together, right? To move on to the next thing where it's not parallel. So that is called a CX packet wait. It's waiting for those 4 to bring that operation back together and move on to the next thing. That is what you're trying to control as a DBA and making sure you're not going too wide with too many threads or consuming too much resources for that operation. So remember, these two work in tandem. And again, it's so important that in 2019, in the install, it prompts you to actually set these values. So this is another thing you definitely need to check in your environment. If it's 0 for max stop and 5 for cost, these have never been set in your environment and you need to do something. So this next one, again, is outside SQL Server. Let's see if we can make this in time. Outside SQL Server. It's called IFI, Instant File Initialization. All this does is it's a permission for the SQL Server service account that needs to be done inside the local policy of the server that you're on. And all you have to do is make sure it performs volume maintenance task is granted. Now, if you do this in a group policy or however you handle it, you want to make sure this happens. So what it does is, I know I'm going to get this backwards. I do it every time. But let's say when you're growing out a file in the file system, it wants to go and write in that file. I think it's write ones, I think, or zeros. It's either 1 or 0, and I get it backwards every time. But it's going to write ones all the way through. And I know somebody's going to say it's zeros, but it's going to be zeros. Let's go with zeros. It's going to write zeros all the way through that file in first, as the first step, right? It's going to zero it out and say if it's 100 gigs, it's going to zero out through that 100 gigs. But instant file initialization means it doesn't have to go through that process and mark that space on that disk. It's just going to instantly give you it. And I'll show you in the next screen. This makes a difference when you add files, when you do growth, when you create a database, things like that. But look at this screen. Without IFI set, that permission associated with it, it took to create a 5 gig database 1,800 milliseconds. 1,800 milliseconds. As soon as I turn on IFI, look at that. It's 3 times less. It only took 600 milliseconds. Okay, so I want you to definitely turn this on. There's no downfalls for it. And it's an instant win, right? So just make sure this permission is actually already set in your environment. There's queries you can run that checks for IFI in your system. Definitely take a look. And I believe it's now part of the install, if I remember correctly, on later versions. It asks if you want it to grant IFI permissions as part of the install. So definitely take a look at that in your environment. Now, indexes. Indexes is all about maintenance of those, right? Everybody does index maintenance. You deal with the fragmentation, but it's not really a set it and forget it thing. I need DBAs to go a step further. I need you quarterly, monthly, at some point in time, yearly, part of your maintenance. You need to be going through to look for index usage. Run scripts, there are plenty of them out there, to determine what seeks, what scans, how many writes are happening on these indexes, because you're wasting I/O and all of the writes that are happening whenever you're actually writing to indexes that are never even used. Okay, you need to look at that write overhead and that space usage to maintain those indexes, right? Not just index fragmentation and rebuilds and reorgs. Are you using them? Take a step and look for that. Look for duplicate indexes. Are you writing things twice? If you don't know exactly what qualifies as a duplicate index, there's plenty of blogs out there associated with that. Kimberly Tripp from SQL Skills has some really great scripts to help you find the duplicates in your environment. You can actually take the time to export all of your indexes out into an Excel spreadsheet, simply sort it, and you can easily reveal the amount of duplicates that you have in your environment and actually see if you can consolidate those. If you have an index that has field A and B and it includes C, and then you have an index that is A and B, but it includes D and E, that's a duplicate index. Those include statements can be consolidated and you're down to one index. Start thinking about this kind of cleanup in your environment and save yourself some resources. Look for missing indexes. We all want to right click on a missing index hint that happens inside of an execution plan, and we automatically want to create those indexes. Don't do that, right? Don't do that. Take a step further. Look at what index it's asking you. Check out and see what indexes you already have. See if it's something that you can just add another included field to it. See if it's something that really is going to give you the gain and worth the right to get that speed for reads, okay? Double check everything. And make sure the actual key fields are in the right order for what your query is actually asking for. Dig into that statement before you create those indexes. Like I said, you want to consolidate and you want to have covering indexes, okay? Cover your queries so you don't end up with what we're about to see in the next scenario. I've got about 3 minutes. I think we're going to make it, you guys. Okay, execution plans. If you know nothing about execution plans or tuning, these are the things I want you to look at a bare minimum. Index needs, we already talked about that. Is it missing indexes? Are you getting a scan when you should be doing a seek? Is there anything more granular you can do with inside that index to get better performance and more usage, right? Sorts has got a huge overhead inside SQL Server when we're doing those sorts. Why are you sorting? Can you sort in a report and offload all of that overhead? Are you a developer that when you actually created that sort procedure, every single select statement that you wrote, you put an order by in so you could double check your work. And then when you deployed it, you have 5 order bys inside that actual proc when you only needed 1 at the very end. Take a look. Sorts are really expensive. Sorts can spill to TempDB and use TempDB resources, which gets you to have to go on disk instead of memory. That is a performance hit. Definitely take a look and see if your sorts can be pulled out if you have too many and what exactly you're doing with them. Now, key lookups. I want all you guys to look and see what a key lookup is. I have a blog on my website if you want to read more, but a key lookup can create death by 1,000 cuts inside your environment. You can really clean up your performance and clean up your CPU issues, lots of different things, and reduce reads based on fixing these key lookups, and it's not rocket science. So what you do is if you look at this, it's got a select, a nested loop, and index seek. Seeks are fantastic, but I have this key lookup. So what happened is that it went to that index, order lines, and it said, hey, what a great index. But my select statement had field A and B, right? It had A and B where C, right? But my index right here only had C indexed. Everybody following me? I hope you are. So what happens is that key lookup goes back to my primary key. It takes another trip to the data and pulls A and B field because that's what it wants to return in that select statement. I can actually go straight from the seek to that select right there and skip that nested loop if my index had included columns of A and B. That's called a covering index, and I get rid of this key lookup extremely easily. If I hover over key lookup, it says what the output fields were. Guess what? It gave you a clue on how to fix it. Take those output fields, and that is what you're going to put inside as included columns for that index that was seeked. Okay, so definitely take a look. Spills to TempDB, we kind of just talked through it. I do know that Buck is coming up very, very soon. I've got 2 minutes still to go before I hand it off to him. So I want you to just take a look through this, this slide deck. I do have the full slide deck on my website, and I think I might have a video or two of when I've given this before. But definitely take a look at all of these inside your environment. I'm sorry we rushed through today. I know there's a lot of information here we could have deep dived a little bit more into, but take this as a guide, go back to your environment and really do a checklist. Really take a look and see what it is that you can do and how you can gain some performance just by these items. And I guarantee you, if you implement these, you're going to see big gains right off the bat. These are things that you should be checking every environment for, and you'll be good to go. All right, Simon, I think I made it on time.
Oh my goodness. So Monica, you did make it, but there's so many questions in the session. I think we have had the maximum number of questions. So we have break after bug session. So I think we may take like 5 minutes just to make sure we answer some of the questions from the viewers, right? So let me quickly go ahead and find.
Now, I definitely will be going through these questions and get you guys some answers. So don't feel like I completely ignored you, but we'll get you some answers. Go ahead, Simon.
Okay, let's say take this one. For the max memory, what is the best practice? When will you advise we run the set script off peak?
Say that again.
Okay, you can read this. It's on the screen.
Okay, for the max memory, what's the best practice? So max memory, I want you to take a look and Google Jonathan Cahias max memory. You can look for max memory out there. At a minimum, you're going to start with 4 gigs for the OS, right? That's just a safety net. If you don't know anything about what that number should be and you're not running any other services, it's a good starting point, right? But what you really should do is there is a script out there. There's plenty of scripts out there. Even my coworker, John Morehouse, has a script that will actually look at your system and run and tell you what exact value to be put in there, right? If you've got 32 gigs, it may say it should be 25 gigs. It depends on what you have in there, and there's scripts out there that will give you that magical number. So I can try to see if I can get that script out there in the chat here in a minute.
And that's great. So many people loved it. It was very helpful. They learned a lot. Definitely you were very fast. So people need your presentation of PDF in one or the other way. People love the your scenarios. Paul Hunter says, for TempDB, should TLog be on its own drive?
Well, so I like to put both my data files, my MDF, NDF files, and my transaction log files on the same drive. I want to have everything on the fastest possible, and I want it away from my data files, right? My regular user database data files. Get your own dedicated T drive as fast as you can possibly get it. That's what you want.
Right. So Monica, you can definitely see in the comment that there are many questions. I just cannot take them, right? There are at least 15 to 20 more that questions are there. And maybe you can all come back to the stream and answer some of those that are possible, right? So I think that may be helpful.
Absolutely. And like I said, my slide deck is at SQLespresso.com. It is all there. You can hit me up on Twitter at SQL Espresso. I will be happy to answer all of this. I'm sorry we had such a short time frame to get everything in, and I talked so fast. It's a lot to cover, but I really want to give you guys the basis to go back to your environment and take a peek.
All right, so Monica, thank you so much. It was an amazing session. We'd love to have you back in the live shows. Next time we're going to do it, not in 215 days, but maybe 115 days.
Actually, I'm slotted to do a coffee chat with Mahesh in February, so I'll be back really soon.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Monica. Have a good weekend ahead and see you soon.
All right, thanks. Good luck, Buck.
All right, so we now move to a very exciting session, the final session of this first break, and we're going to talk about SQL Server big data clusters. I mean, you can go ahead and deploy scalable clusters on SQL Server, Spark, HDFC containers running on Kubernetes. So really interesting session coming up from the rockstar Buck Woody. Hi, Bud. Welcome to the conference.
Simon, how are you, my friend?
I am good. We really missed you at C# Corner. I mean, it was last year when you came to this live show, right? And it's been almost 10 years.
I know, right? It's just, and in COVID years, that's like 100 years or something. I think I was 15 when I was here last time. It just feels.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And I was an infant. Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. How are you doing, man? Everything okay? Everybody healthy?
Yeah, everybody's good. And the good fact is we all have these vaccines rolling out here in Asia Pacific. I know it's rolling out in United States too, but and everything's good. And Baka, what is that? Did you change your background? That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, obviously I'm in a green screen, right? So this is a picture I took, and this is at the Microsoft Training Center in Dallas, Texas. They have this very cool workshop, and it's a workshop. And you can go in there and build things and all that, but this is right in their building's lobby, just such. And so I took a picture and I made that my background because I don't get to travel anymore, man. I just go to Backyardia and Kitchen Area, and I visited Hallway last week, and we just don't go anywhere, do we?
Yeah. I mean, I see all those coming on your Twitter. You keep on sharing it, so yeah, I definitely know that. And that's a pretty good green screen. I just couldn't realize it. I thought you were at the real space.
Yeah, no. I mean, I was here at one point. This is real. This part's real, but this is not, obviously. See.
Oh, that's pretty creative. I don't know if you're lying it to me. I just cannot get it to you, Bug. If you're kidding or if that's real, as I don't know. But I won't take much of your time. I know you have been doing other live shows too, and those are really great and entertaining. I always like to go ahead and tune in. So I won't take much of your time. I'll add your screen.
Yeah.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started, and then I'll add your screen to the screen.
No, yeah, good stuff. So I'll just introduce myself, and then Simon just do that. And Simon, if you want to interrupt with questions or whatever, we're just talking. So I have no problem taking questions anytime, that sort of thing, folks. So feel free just to I'm going to pop over here to the comments on this tool. And Monica, right? I mean, her Twitter handle is good. I drink coffee a lot. I mean, I drink a lot of coffee, but Monica is like, she is coffee. I mean, she's just moving at the speed of light. It's amazing. My name is Buck Woody. I'm an applied data scientist here at Microsoft. What does that mean? That means I take the data science stuff, the machine learning and big data and all that, and advanced analytics, and I have to put it to use. I can't just talk about all these cool formulas and stuff. We actually go out and use them on customer projects. So what we're going to be talking about today, and you can cut over to the screen if you want to there, Simon, is the SQL Server big data clusters. And we'll just stay in this view for right now. I'm sort of watching the chat, the comments here. And then if there's more, thank you, Jashim. Appreciate that. And we'll walk that. I teach college and I do other things. So I'm used to watching the comments and stuff, and I'll address those as I can. Okay, so we're gonna be talking about secure analytics at scale. So what we mean by that is companies want a place where they can keep large amounts of structured and unstructured data. And sometimes they want it in the cloud, and sometimes they want it on premises, and sometimes they want both. And sometimes they want it in a cloud that Microsoft doesn't run. Can we do that? Yes. So I'm a very simple man. I'm slow at things. It takes me a while to learn stuff. So one of my strengths is taking something complicated and explaining it simply. And the reason why that's a strength of mine is because I'm a simple person to begin with. So I have to explain it simply because that's the way I understand it. So we will do that. So feel free to pop your questions in there. We'll go through. We'll keep a watch on time. And I'll make sure, thank you, Ali, we'll make sure that we show some examples too. All this stuff, by the way, I'm gonna give you a resource to get all this information. So don't panic, just watch, just enjoy yourself, ask questions, whatever you'd like to do. Grab yourself a beverage, get ready for that tasty meal you're about to have at your break there. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about big data. What in the world does big data mean? All right. When I was younger, big data for me was a megabyte. That was literally big data for me. A megabyte was huge. Nobody had that. Thousands of dollars to get a megabyte drive and so on. Obviously, that's not big data now. And in fact, there is no sort of number for big data. Big data to me, when I describe it to people, the way I put it is big data is any data that you can't compute in the time that you have with the technology that you have. So let's assume you've got a Commodore 64, a megabyte is big data. If you've got a huge cluster, maybe a terabyte's not big data. It's not a size, it's what you want to do with it and how you want to do it. And of course, we think about where does this data sort of come from, right? Well, it's pretty easy to think about how this happens. We have a place to put it, and we've been putting it there longer. That's the simple explanation, right? You got that drawer in your house. You've seen this, right? It's right next to the refrigerator. When you first moved into your apartment or your house, that drawer was empty. And it's the one right next to the fridge, to the right or the left. And you started putting things in it. And you've been there a while in your house or your apartment, and now you can't even open that drawer. You don't know what's in there. That's big data. You've been in that house longer, and you've been shoving things in that drawer because it was easy, and that's big data. Now, because of this, we need to do something with it. And you think about large retailers, some of the big box stores and so on. They've been collecting a lot of data. Every time you put your credit card in, every time you buy something, somebody's tracking that data that you're putting in there. So the next question becomes, if we've got big data, what do we do with it? So I've got a bunch of data. So what? How do I leverage this? Well, I've broken this down by sector, by like industry sector here. And keep in mind, these have changed over time. But this is, I think it's about 9 months ago I did this research. The number one user of big data at the moment is retail. Second was finance, then healthcare and so on. This may have changed slightly a bit. But the number one use case used to be in-store analytics, and now it is demand prediction. So every time you go to get something and you go to buy it, they need to predict when they need to make, ship, and stock the next one. Robbie says, my understanding nodes need 24 disks and 64 gigs of RAM. I think somewhere in that realm. Do we need these kind of beefy settings for just a POC or learning BDC? No, I'll show you a place where you can put it in one VM. It's what I do. But we'll talk about that. By the way, we'll get to the architecture. We'll talk about that a bit, but it's big data. All right. So it's big data. That's how that works. You need a big system to process big data, but we have a learning environment for you much smaller. In fact, I'm running one right now on my system just underneath my desk here. I'm not even hitting something outside. But at any rate, we've got these use cases. These use cases are usually predictive or even prescriptive analytics, and those require a lot of data. Now, whenever you're doing data algorithms, you need to process this data because you show it good examples and bad examples, and the algorithm develops a bias towards one or the other and can then do predictions. So you need a lot of it to do this stuff, hence the reason for big data. So here's some of the use cases. I think you can see this. One that's kind of interesting in finance, it used to be fraud detection. They were trying to detect fraud. Now they're trying to prevent cyber attacks. So it's kind of interesting that one flipped, and then you can see the rest of these blockchain computation and customer retention and so on. Okay, so that's the use case. So let's stop here. We've got big data. We got sources of big data all over the place. And then we have a reason to do big data. You're welcome, Robbie. So we got a reason to use big data. So far, big data, a reason to use it. What do we do? Well, when you have a lot of data, you can't scale up anymore. You have to scale out. So I'm a simple man, so I built a little cartoon for you. I'm not a good cartoonist either, but I did the best I could with my incredible PowerPoint skills here. All right, you've probably been to the grocery store, right? You went to a store and bought something, right? And so some people get in line, and then you get in line after all these other people, right? And here's the deal. There's a register here, yeah, that's got a computation on it. And that computation is really, really easy. It is take this item, record the price, and add it to the price of the next item that comes, n plus 1. That's it. That's it. Just take the n that you had, add the next item, and then do that again and again until end of list, until EOL. Very simple algorithm, right? And so the register is punching that in there, and you're standing there. You've got like 2 items, and the person in front of you has like 50, and they're doing everything with change, loose change, and you're like, oh my gosh, what's happening here? This is what's happening inside your computer. There are only 4 things in a computer: CPU, memory, disk, and network. Those 4 things are busy doing the computation. So if we think about this, what happens? Can we get somebody to come to register 3 or register 3? So yeah, hi Joshua, come to register 3. So register 3 opens up, Once register 3 opens up, you take your cart and you push it to the other line. And here's what's interesting. Stay with me here. Both of these registers have exactly the same algorithm, don't they? They both do things the same way. They use the same computation. But each of these grocery carts has different items in them, right? You've got your toilet paper and your bananas and your soft drinks, and somebody else has something else, right? So that's data. So the data is different, and it has moved over the same algorithm, but someplace else. They have distributed the processing. That's what's happening here. Now, at the end of the day, you got to put all this back together, because the manager in the back, she wants to know the complete price of all the registers. So that's easy. Now, register A and register B just send their totals off, and that is calculated. And there you go. That's distributed processing. Okay, so all of you who are listening and paying attention and not checking your email or surfing the web, you are now allowed to put on your resume that you are a Hadoop expert. So you are now a Hadoop expert. Put that down on your resume, and I'll explain why you can do that. This right here, these grocery carts that you see on the screen here, that is HDFS, the Hadoop Distributed File System. The data has been spread out, and this particular piece in green here knows where that is. The map reduce is the mapping of the same algorithm across the data, and the reduce is this part right here. And the yarn, this is the person who said, hey, Bob, come to line 3. Bob, open up a register on line 3. That's yarn. Okay, number 3, you can take your break. That's exactly how this works. So if anybody asks you if you're a Hadoop expert, you say yes. I attended a class by Buck Woody, and I'm a Hadoop expert. All right, but this is slow. This is batch oriented, yeah? At the end of the day, we're waiting to calculate all this stuff. We want something much faster. So my good friends at Berkeley, California, invented something called Spark. Now, Spark still uses HDFS, and it still uses lots of computers. They call them Node. Is if you want to make more money in computing, you take something that already exists and you name it something else that sounds cooler, and then you can charge more for that. So we have these nodes, which are just computers. We have the distributed storage. But what Spark does is it reads this stuff into memory and does some networking tricks, and it's much, much faster. And it calls these things resilient distributed data sets or data frames. So it brings them up in, it just sits there. Then you lay a library over the top of them. And these libraries are quite interesting. They simply convert that RDD into something else. So for instance, if I want to use Spark SQL, which we'll do in just a moment, if we've got time, I think we'll have time to do that. I turn it into a data set. That's what SQL knows how to work with, or a data frame. Is how that knows to work with it. If I want to work with it in R or something else, I turn it into a data object. Josie says, not even after my software engineering MBA, I felt so comfortable to say that. Nicely done. You're an expert. No, you put that down, Josie. You put that down. Buck Woody said you're a Hadoop expert. All right. So it just lays libraries over the top of this. All right. Let's stop for a minute and let's talk about where we are, because I'm a simple man. We have large sets of data. We've got something to do with that data, and we now have a way over here to process that data. And now we have a way to process that data fast. Now we have a problem because of these nodes. See that? The registers, there are only so many. And we need to figure out a way. Do we buy computers and do we stand them up in racks? And then when we're done with them, do we call the computer company and say, all done, don't need it today. You can pick them up, take them home. Then you say, I need 30 more in 5 minutes. You can't do that, right? So what we did with our next part of the problem is we need to virtualize our computer. Now, going back to the mainframe days when I was around, we didn't actually have computers when I was little. We just had, we just yelled ones and zeros at each other across the room. But when they invented mainframes, this was the way things were done to begin with. And here's what this does. We have a physical computer, and the physical computer has the big four: CPU, networking, disk, and memory. Okay, it's running an operating system, some sort of operating system, a quality one like Microsoft Windows or something. And then on top of that, we have this technology called a hypervisor, and it does two things. The first thing it does is it grabs a little bit of the computer's CPU, disk, network, and memory. It grabs some of those away, and then it presents what's called a BIOS, a basic input-output system, which is the thing that happens when you turn your computer on and all that stuff is flashing across. That's your BIOS. That bootstraps the computer. And the second thing that does is it looks at the hard drive and says, is there an operating system laying around? And so that's the second thing a hypervisor does, is it fakes a hard drive. It calls this a virtual hard disk. The combination of this fake CPU, disk, network, and memory, and the combination of this fake hard drive allows you now to install another operating system, even one that's not on the main computer, and it carves up the CPU, disk, networking, and memory. You have another computer. It's called a virtual computer. We used to call them virtual PCs. Now they call them VMs for virtual machines. All right. So now I can run whatever I want to in there, and it's very isolated. Remember our Spark thing? Now I can have lots and lots and lots of nodes running stuff. And I can have Python, some binaries, maybe some code, whatever, and they're all independent. Here is the problem. The problem I have with this is I don't need all the stuff that an operating system brings. I don't need a mouse or keyboard or video or as much of the protection that it makes. Now I got to patch all these operating systems. Now I've got to secure all these operating systems. Now I've got to care and feed all of these things. They're like puppies. You get a puppy and it comes home. Who takes care of it? You do, not the kids. You're the one that takes care of it. So now you have tons of these things laying around, and they're not light. Just the operating itself needs a ton of memory and CPU and disk and network. And now you run all this stuff. So this is no bueno. We don't like this very much. Not only that, it's the same stuff and it's just ring fenced a little bit. So what do? We move on to the next way to virtualize, something called containers. Now, if you know containers already, great, good for you. If not, pay close attention. And after this, you will be able to add to your resume not only Hadoop, but also containers. This is the best spent hour you're ever going to have. All right. So once again, we have our physical computer, yeah? We got our operating system. And for reasons which are not important right now, this is usually Linux. What? A Microsoft guy saying that we're going to run Linux? Yes. And there's a reason for this. And it's not important right now. Just take my word for it. All right. So we got this operating system. We got the big four: CPU, disk, network, and memory. We're not going to reshare them. Why do that? I already have those. Why carve them up? So I'm not gonna. And I don't need another hard drive. I have a hard drive, so I don't need to do that either. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to create something called a container runtime. You might have seen some of these. There's a lot of them out there. The main one is called Docker. You may have heard of this thing. Docker is something that we'll use. So after we get the container runtime, what does it do? All right. It takes a thing called a manifest, which is a text file. That's all it is, just text file. We used to have text files in my day. And then we went to INI files for a while. And then the whole world was written in XML. And now the whole world is written in JSON. So apparently we just keep renaming text files into something else. So it takes a JSON, JavaScript object notation, which has nothing to do with Java and nothing to do with JavaScript. But whatever, I digress. It actually puts all this stuff, and I don't think that's actually the acronym. But anyway, whatever it is, JSON. And it actually has a list of what you want. It's a lot like SQL, select star from table. You don't know where a table is. You don't know where the hard drive is. You don't care. Select from the table. In this case, I say, I want some stuff running. That's all you're going to say. You say, I want Python running, and I want some code, and I want this, and I want that. And you lay down that file. So the container runtime can then ingest that file and make a binary image of what you said you wanted. In other words, it says Python, huh? Let me go check. And it grabs a Python and it puts that there. And it says, what else you want? Some code? I'll go grab that. And it puts that there. And it says, what else you want? Oh, the database server? Let me go grab that and put that there. Now you have a binary image. When you turn that on, you have something called a container. And that's how that works. Now, a lot of people will use the word container for all three of those artifacts, but they are different. Now, as I said, you might have Python binaries and code, and that's all you have. And this very special little ring fence around this keeps this completely isolated. So yeah, it's running Python and your binaries and code, but nothing else knows about it. It looks kind of like a virtual computer, but it's not a whole virtual computer, so it's really small. And you can do it over and over and over. Now, here's what's cool about it. Let's say this container that I'm pointing at here on the left has Python 3.5, let's say, that you're running an app with. But you've got another app you want to run, so you're going to run Python 3.7 over here on the right in this container. You can do that, and it will pull down the image and build it and so on. Now, let's say the middle container also uses Python 3.5. Containers are smart enough, and it uses the Linux operating system well enough to where it will actually share that. It's a layering effect. So it doesn't actually reload it again into memory. Saves a lot of space because it's binarily okay. Now, in this case, the binaries, code, and code are different between container A and B, but the Python is not. Everybody got that? Okay, good. All right, looks like we're tracking here. Okay. All right, this is the way containers work. You may now put that down on your resume. Now, I told you earlier, if something's easy to do, then we do a lot of it. That's why there's so many people in the world. And I'll let you think about that on your own time, but that's the way that works. So now we've got sprawl. Let's stop a minute. Go back a little bit. Here's what we got. We got a lot of data. We got something we should be doing with the data. We've got a way to process a lot of data that's spread out. And we've got a way to do that at speed. And now we've got a way to make that pretty lightweight. But we've got a lot of them. Maybe like 10, maybe like 100, maybe like 20,000 of these things running around. That's just chaos, right? So we don't want that. So we invented yet another technology. And this is for the orchestration of all those containers. Stick with me here. Yes, Ravi, your resume's looking good. You're going to get to put one more thing on it. I know, get ready, right? All this learning, and we've only been at this, 30 minutes? It's amazing. All right, so here we go. This thing, you've probably heard, is called Kubernetes. And guess what it's made up of? Guess. That's right, just JSON files. Yet again, JSON files. What's the deal with the JSON files and developers? So you write out, I'd like these containers, which have JSON files of their own. Keep them together and keep them running. I want 3 or 4 of these things going all the time and put it in a nice big network and put the storage somewhere else and handle security and handle all the network and just do that for me. And I want to describe that in a file and you run it. And that's Kubernetes. And here's the way that works. We've got our nodes, right? We remember this. This is our physical computers because at some point it's physical computers, right? At some point there's this. And we've got storage. Obviously, we need to have disk drives somewhere. And they're sort of they're separated from all this. They're not on those computers. They could be, but that's not best practice. We install this Kubernetes thing. It's just an API, and it gets installed on every one of the nodes, and it forms this web across all of these. Then you talk to that Kubernetes web, if you will, and it uses something called a pod, P-O-D, because remember, we have to keep changing the names to things to make more money. So we've called this a pod. What's in a pod? This is how we talk. We write it in the JSON file. Hey guys, I need to be in here. And we click right here and we put containers in it, 1 or more, or like a lot more if you want. And you can group them however you want to do. But they stay together in a pod, even if it's just one. And you can stand up as many pods as you want. And you say to me, Buck, how do I know where to put these? I mean, how do you know that that's on node 1 or node 2 or no? You don't. That's the point. You tell Kubernetes, here's your servers, figure it out. This is amazing. Just figure it out. These can move around. I don't care where you put them. I don't even want to know. Doesn't matter. So it spreads out and makes this virtual group of computers with its own network address. So you hit the Kubernetes cluster this way, and then it goes inside and has its own network to talk to everything else. Yes, keep changing the names. Now, wait a minute. We got one problem here, though. If things can just move around, what happens to the storage? There's got to be some. they fix this. What they have is they have something called a claim. And the way the claim works is just a number. It's just a string. And it connects to something called a volume. You could think of it like a hard drive or a LUN or a space or a C drive, whatever you want to call it. It's just a pointer, which becomes kind of interesting. It's kind of like a little software wire, if you want to think of it like that. And here's what's cool. Let's assume our pod, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, our 5th pod there has a bad day. Something breaks and it goes away. And then it wakes back up. It will automatically, because it woke back up because Kubernetes told it to wake back up, it will pop out and say, that's my volume. Remount it and keep going. Wow, we have big data. We got a reason for big data. We got a way to process big data. We got a way to scale big data. And now we got a way to control the scale. Buck Woody wants to tell you how we use all this at Microsoft. Here's what we do. Ta-da, SQL Server Big Data Clusters. Notice the nodes are gone. Nodes are gone, right? I took them out because they're not important anymore. I don't care. Doesn't matter. I told it you run on these 5 computers. Go run on the 5 computers. Not my problem. You figure it out. So now I'm only going to work with Kubernetes, my pods, the containers in them, and my volumes. That's it. That's all I'm going to work with. So that's all I care about now. I type all that up and off you go. Here we go. First thing we know is that our administrator, she can use the commands to talk to just regular old Kubernetes. Let's stop here for a minute because I said Kubernetes runs on Linux or whatever. Kubernetes runs lots of places. Like you can run it as a service. Amazon has one, Microsoft has one, Google has one. You can stand up your own, all that, right? It does all this for you. So we don't care where it's running. We don't care where it's running. We don't care where it's running. You could be run this on Amazon or in your office or in our office. Doesn't matter. You pick where you go. All right, here we go. The first thing that we lay down when she begins to install SQL Server Big Data Clusters is something we call a control service. Now, I'm illustrating these as pods and nodes, the blue and the gray there, but they can be, you describe where you want these, how big and how many and so on. I'm just going to do this just to keep us a little isolated. So this picture, when it's done, won't necessarily be accurate, but it could be, depending on what you want. All right, here we go. So we got our control service. It wakes up, and the first thing it needs to do is create a little database for itself called a config store. So it's got a little pod and a node, and inside the little pod and a container. Inside the container is a little database that's keeping track of everything. No harm, no foul. Here we go. Next part. We need a way to know if all this stuff is working and how well it's working. So we need logs. And we need a performance tuner of some sort, a performance view of some sort. And there are 2 open source ones that are really good. Grafana is a great tool that lets you look at performance counters. It will collect them from anything. You can have SQL Server and Linux and Python and whatever you want. And it'll go reach out, it'll monitor them, and then it'll pull it in. And I'll show you how it does that in a minute. All right. Once they're stood up, the control service has a little proxy that it makes. And now the administrator, she can look at the proxy, and the proxy can look at Grafana and Kibana. Kibana is a logging thing, and she can look at all that. And it's all on a web page. It's all inside a web page. So she's just hitting this thing with just webs, right? All right. Now, once those guys are healthy, we need to start installing SQL Server. So we do. We install SQL Server. We call this the master instance. Now you hit that the way you hit any SQL Server. It's got a TCP/IP address. It's got a port. And you talk to it in your apps like it's SQL Server. You can use Management Studio, Azure Data Studio. You can use whatever you want. It'll work. All right. Once that's running, you may want to talk to data that is not inside your network. We do something with this called Polybase. And Polybase lets you mount other kinds of data like it's a table in SQL Server. You don't move it. You don't copy it. You simply, it's like a view. You can just point to it. That's called Polybase. And I mean, we can talk to Teradata, Oracle, SQL Server, of course, DB2, HDFS, another HDFS, and so on. Question, Thomas, can an existing data lake be made part of a big data cluster so data doesn't have to move? Absolutely. Not only that, you can use big data cluster as your data lake and the data doesn't have to move. So you could certainly point, or you do both, to where you have data you need in here and you have data you need out there. If I've got time, I'll show you guys an example. Pretty cool stuff. All right. We have another thing. What if you want to keep a bunch of relational data, like terabytes or petabytes of relational data, like BI type stuff? So you want not only that external data that is non-ordered, but you want to keep ordered, regular RDBMS data. We have something called a data pool. And inside that data pool, you talk to, again, look at the line from the application over there. You only talk to SQL Server. It handles all this other stuff for you. I'll show you. It's a thing of beauty. All right. Next, we talked about that whole Spark thing. So we've got, a couple pods in there and some containers in that pod, and we give you Spark and more SQL Server that talks directly to HDFS. So once again, you talk to SQL Server and it will talk to Spark for you. You don't have to learn MapReduce. You don't got to go learn Python. None of that. We'll do all that for you. So that's the way this looks. But wait, there's more. What if you create a machine learning model and you want to score it or something? You want to get a response back, but you want to stay in this security boundary. We can do that with something we call an application pool. So you can deploy your models with Python or whatever else you want to serve. In here, there's a little proxy. So now your users can hit that. By the way, your users can also use the Spark directly if they want, but they don't have to. All right, good. All right, that's as complicated as that one gets, I think. Yeah. I'm going to bail out a slide world here for a minute. And I'm going to show you guys. Let's go take a look at this stuff really working. Let's go do that. Hopefully you can see that okay. This is Azure Data Studio. It's an open source tool. It runs on Linux and Windows and Mac and whatever. I'm hitting a regular server here. So here we go. I've got a big data cluster over here, and you can see I've got databases and all that. But you can also see I've got an HDFS location, and that goes back. Let me pop back over to Slide World a minute. So that is right here. See this right here? That right there is this right here, HDFS. There we go. It's got directories in it and all that. This is huge. Now, by the way, this is that single node I was telling you about. You can run one of these very small, but obviously this is meant to be really, really big. All right, here we go. So first of all, when I hit this, it's just SQL Server. So now here's what's kind of interesting. You're looking at a notebook here. If you've never seen a Jupyter notebook, Jupyter Notebook's nothing but a fancy web page. It can run code and it can have text. That's it. Don't get excited. It's not that big a deal. Here's some text, right? And here's some code, right? And the code is dependent on the kernel. Whatever that kernel is, that's what you run in here. All right. So I'm running SQL in here. No, you won't normally see that in Jupyter Notebooks. We wrote that. So we actually contributed back to that. All right. So here we do. You probably know what this is. Select at version, SP configure, database name, where you at, all that kind of stuff. I run the cell and it does the work. So let's see what it came back with. This is SQL Server. I'm spreading this out. I have my screen really big so you guys can see it. It's Developer Edition. Come on, man. It's Developer Edition 64-bit, on Linux. So let me be clear here. Hold on. Microsoft SQL Server running on Linux. Interesting. Yeah, we wrote so that you could have SQL running on Linux, and it does, and it works amazing. And now it can run inside a container because that runs on Linux, and that container can run on a pod, and the pod can run on a Kubernetes cluster, and the cluster can run on a node. Ta-da! Now we're part of that big data world. We can do this. Oops. We can do this because we can run in Linux. And so we wrote to do that. All right, here we go. All right. So I just did some stuff. And really the only thing you're going to see different between this, you might see it's kind of funny. Let me put this slide down so I can see your questions if you have one. All right. It's kind of funny. Look at the path for master database files and stuff. Isn't that wild? var opt, right? That's all Linux with the // and all that. They do that way. And I can select data. I can come down here and I can just select data. And by the way, I got the worldwide importers backup file from my Windows SQL Server 2016 Express Edition on my laptop, and I backed it up and I put it in SQL 2019 in Linux, the backup file, and I said, restore that. And it restored it and it upgraded it. Hold on a minute. It actually upgraded it automatically from the old version to the new one. So that's kind of cool. And I can back up from here and go restore it in Windows. No problem. Works great. All right. Now, once I've ingested some data, it's just SQL. It's just SQL. So now I can just start questioning it and just wide world importers and so on. So here we go. All right. Now let's go to the next step. That's pretty cool. But let me go to the next step here. What if we want to talk to data that isn't in SQL Server? In fact, what I'd like to do is I'd like to go down to my my partner customers here, and I want to get that file, this comma separated value file. Keep in mind, there may be millions of them. Remember the shopping carts? There may be millions of shopping carts in here, but they all have the same structure, right? And I want to talk to that, but I want to talk to it with SQL, with SQL, like it's a table. Now, you normally have to write all kind of code to make that true. In this case, you don't have to do that. All right, here's what I do. First of all, I tell it, I need a file format for CSVs. I called it CSV file. I'm very clever that way. And I told it, guys, this is Linux, right? So I told it this is Linux. Now, this looks just like what you would do with BCP, only we're not going to import the data. We're just going to point to it. Interesting. So first, I just made a comma separated value file. Now I said, create an external data source. So I need kind of a connection over to that thing. And this right here, by the way, is a HDFS endpoint. That's just the HDFS server, like this thing. That's just this whole thing right here, this gray box right there, all right? So that's what that is. All right. Once I've done that, it says, okay, by the way, I don't have any security here because it's inside my data, my big data cluster. This could have been over on Amazon, and I had to provide names and passwords or certificates or whatever, and there's a way to do that. This could have been Oracle. This could have been DB2. This could have been Teradata. This could have been SQL Server. That's living somewhere else. Now, I get a table in here. I literally get a table in here called, let me see if I can find it real quick. I'm not going to spin on this. Let's see if I can find it. I don't remember what schema I put under and all that. So I basically created an external table now, and this is just the definition. This is just the definition of, where is that? Partner customer. It is literally the definition. Let me show you this file real quick. View, preview. Let me show you this. So it's got 3 columns, boom, boom, and boom. That's what that's got. No, I don't want to save it. And here we go. Customer source, customer name, email address. That's what's in that text file. And here's the trick. Here's where it is. Here's the directory, not the name of the file. Don't care about what the name of the file is. That's HDFS's problem. So it's going to walk across all these files. I am querying a directory. I am not moving the data. All right. So I do that. And now I can select top 10 and I can come out of that. Out of that, I've aliased it with HDFS, and here it comes. And those weird little characters, they're in the file, right? So I am doing a select statement against HDFS data. No MapReduce, none of that. Isn't that cool? And by the way, I can now join them. I want to know the company over there. They sent me a list of names and addresses and all that. And I want to pair that up with data I have inside my SQL server. And so I just do a join. I just go get the HDFS person right there, and I go grab the local file name right out of my customer source, and I join them up, and there we go. These people exist in both databases. Ta-da! I just joined data from HDFS and SQL, and I just did it with a pointer, and I didn't move the data. All right, now what if I want to store a bunch of data from HDFS, but in a relational table? I can do that too. I do it exactly the same way, except this time I make a data pool instead of the HDFS. I also use the HDFS to go find the web click streams. I think that's in the web logs. Here we are, web click streams. I go get that, and I take it out of here, and I am moving it this time, and I save it with a insert into. This doesn't scare you, does it? It's right here. Insert into. Just a regular old insert into. Now I did move the data because I wanted it to be relational, and I could have done all kind of SQL-y things. In fact, this is kind of ETL with a query. It's kind of weird. I could have had an Oracle table and an HDFS and a bucket over in Amazon. I could have queried them all, done some joins, uppercase this, lowercase that, and then do an insert into after that. Boom, Bob's your uncle. I've got all that data ETL'd right into my system. That's all I had to do. Amazing stuff. Now, what if I want to use that cool Spark stuff? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to change my kernel to PySpark, which is the Python that Spark uses. I'm going to attach it to that same computer, to that same cluster, same node. Can SQL Server on Linux use permissions defined with Active Directory? It can. It can. I can't show you that right now. It's complicated. It's complicated. Linux is a mess, but yes, we can do that. Okay, Spark for ETL. I've got a lot of data, tons of it, millions and millions and millions of rows. And I want to do the ETL not in SQL or anything else. I want to do it in Spark because, hey, it's what Spark does. So all I do is start up a Spark thing. All I do is a Spark call, which looks like this. There's the file format. Here's the blah. Save it as a table. That's what it does. Save it as a table. Then it writes down a ton of stuff. And now I can say, run some Spark over that table I just made. And this is like limit 10, top 10. That's what that is, right? And then show it to me. Look at that. So now I can use my SQL magic, my SQL foo. I can use that in here on Spark. Isn't that awesome? And so now I've got a file there. And by the way, I could take that file and then look at it with SQL. I could do both. My data science, she's working away. My DBA, he's working away. They can be working on the same data at the same time. Just amazing stuff. All right, here we go. Machine learning. We're coming into the home stretch. We want to put all this together. Long story short, what I did was I made a Python Spark model. I went out and got a ton of data. I did all kind of data science-y things to do everything. I looked at the data. I did data ingestion. I did feature engineering. Yeah, whatever. All that stuff is really cool. Don't tell anybody that I told you this because this is part of our secret decoder ring that we use as data scientists. This is all I really do. I added a comment here to make it look like I was doing more because it was just 3 lines and that didn't look right. So I added a line to make it look like I was doing something important. And all I'm doing here is I'm using one of the most common models you can use, which basically fits a line. That's what it does. And it says, well, it was this way yesterday. So, it was cold yesterday, but it's going to be cold today. That's all it did. Once it's done, I can make a prediction. Now, here's what's cool. I can actually save all that out. I can do predictions. This one's doing predictive maintenance. It's telling me when a battery on a component is going to fail. Literally when. I predict this is about to go bad in like 3 minutes. You better go fix it, right? And it sends me a thing. Here's what's cool. This is for a refrigeration unit on a truck. So what I can do is save that model once I've trained it with all that big data. Now it's tiny because I don't have the data anymore. I've just got the model. It's just tiny. And I pop that out and you can run it on something called SQL Edge. And SQL Edge is SQL Server running on a tiny little like Python box, little tiny guy, a chip, if you will. Now I can embed that in the truck. The truck's monitoring the system, a refrigeration system all the time, 24/7. And it says, hey, dude, tomorrow at 3 o'clock, your battery's going to die. I've already ordered it for you. It's waiting for you at the next truck stop. And they've been notified to set up an appointment to put it in for you. And so the truck driver pulls over, gets the battery, keeps going. No more replacing batteries every month when you don't need to. No more spoiled goods so that the ice cream's not damaged when you do it. And Joe asked the best question, which is, do you have a website or a blog with all this crap on it? I mean, my gosh, it's a lot to keep in mind. And it is. So I'm going to pop through because there's a bunch more stuff here, folks. This is where I show you kind of how the guts all work and all that. You don't care. It's not important. This talks about the Active Directory stuff that you asked about, and it shows how all that works. And I show an example of how financial tech does their work. They do a fraud detection thing. I've got all this somewhere else, so I'm not going to spend time on it. I'm going to get to the answer to your question. Ta-da! Joe, ask and ye shall receive. If you want to find all the documentation, which has everything I've gone over, just go to akademis /BDC. But if you want some in-depth training, hands-on, that goes step by step and does everything I did and reduplicates all of it. And you learn along the way with free training on Kubernetes, free training on containers, free training on machine learning and HDFS, everything you can imagine. Go to aka.ms/SQL workshops. And you'll find, this is a neat little secret, not just big data cluster stuff there, but all the stuff from Bob Ward and Anna Hoffman. You'll find there as well as yours truly. And then if you just want the code examples, various code examples, we've got those there at aka.ms/BDC samples. Well, Simon, I'm out of breath, man. We're on time and on budget. I mean, it's time for me to eat lunch. I haven't had lunch, so I got to go get a sandwich or something. But this is the resources there that you've got, folks. Simon, if you want to bring that back, okay. Everybody take one of those screenshots. Hold on a minute before you take a screenshot. Simon, make a funny face. Okay. Take a screenshot, and then there's your resources for everything that we talked about today. Okay, you can take that away if you want to, Simon. Hey, anything else, folks, on the call? I'm not seeing any other. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Look, guys, you spend so much time listening, right? And it's precious. It's precious to give us this time. So thank you. Thank you very much. You honor me by showing up and listening. I really appreciate you very much. Hopefully it was interesting or funny or quick, painless.
I love your sessions, Bucky. To be honest, do I hear the echo? Okay, never mind. Okay,
yeah, we're doing great.
It's okay, right? So Buck, I won't get most of what you say. It goes over my head because it's to be honest, right? But Buck, I have hosted over 350 plus speakers in past 7 months.
Wow.
I've done over 150 live shows, but I have never seen ever a speaker like you who is so quick that while he's delivering his session, he looks at the comments, he reads it, and even before I go and put it on the screen, you are there, you just answer it. But I have never seen it, and it doesn't even
listen,
disturb
I teach college students, man. If you don't keep up with these 18-year-olds, they'll kill you. So yeah, I have to, right? It's something you have to do. Thank you all so much. Everybody's saying that it was good.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. You are more than welcome. Check out those resources, folks. There's so much to learn. Again, thank you very much for your time. I really mean it that you honor me with your time. We don't get to make more time. It's the one thing we can't replace. And so you spent some very precious time out of your schedule today, and you honor me by being here. Absolutely. Yeah, a lot to study. There's always something. Somebody said lots of stuff to continue studying. Oh, man, you have no idea. I've got lots of stuff to study.
Oh my goodness. People just love your sessions, Buck. I can definitely see that. So thank you so much for your time, Buck. We will have you soon, right?
Okay.
I'll make sure.
Now give me a buzz. We'll do something. Yeah, we'll do something. We'll figure out something to talk about.
Yeah. Until then, thank you so much, Buck. Have a nice weekend, and thank you so much for all you do for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Bye. All right, so we are now done with the first half of the conference. So the conference doesn't end now, right? This is just the end of first half. So what we need to do now is we'll take a break of 10 minutes, right? And then we will stream now on this link. I've added this link in the comments. Let me go ahead and do it again. Now we are going to stream on this link. So everyone who's watching here, I'll see you on this particular link that I've dropped into the link now. So thank you so much for having joined. The conference doesn't end. Visit this link, and we'll catch you in next 10 minutes. Thank you so much, and see you soon.